guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. At least 10 are reported injured, including 2 in critical condition after a shooting in Central Florida late Monday. Police in Lakeland.
We have reason to believe that this was a targeted event, that it was not a random act. We did locate a quantity of marijuana at the scene.
8 of the victims are reported to have suffered non-life-threatening injuries. 3 airports are dealing with the brunt of flight cancellations and delays today thanks to winter weather. FlightAware says the number of flights canceled on Monday from within, into, or out of the U.S. has slowly climbed toward 1,000. Both Dallas airports are dealing with the most problems, and they're followed by Denver International. President Biden praising his bipartisan infrastructure bill on a trip to Baltimore Monday.
At the 150-year-old Baltimore and Potomac Tunnel, President Biden said money is coming to make sure this major Northeast corridor is brought up to date.
Through the infrastructure law, we're going to invest over $4 billion.
Because
if this line shuts down, it's just one day, it would cost the country over $100 million.
He added this project will create 20,000 construction jobs.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Cindy Williams is the actress who played the Shirley half of Laverne and Shirley. She's now dead.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Williams gained fame in the sitcom popular in the mid-1970s. She starred opposite Penny Marshall, who died in 2018. Williams was 75 years old and died at her home in L.A. Super Bowl 57 is the first time in history that 2 black starting quarterbacks will face off against one another. Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs and Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles will go to battle in Arizona on February 12th. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
It's back to school for Virginia students where a 6-year-old shot his teacher.
The principal at Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News is being removed from her post. Teacher Abigail Werner's attorney said previously that several instructors went to the school administration with concerns about the student having a weapon, but weren't taken seriously.
Correspondent Jerry Barmesh reporting kids being forced to wear clear backpacks and metal detectors going in. The reward for information leading to the arrest of those responsible for the cartel-style shooting in Central California is up to over $20,000. 6 people, including a 10-month-old baby, were found shot execution-style in Goshen, southeast of Fresno.
This is a message that I'm asking and sending to Governor Newsom. I would like him to lift the ban on the death penalty in cases where small children are murdered.
Sheriff Mike Boudreaux says the investigation is picking up and arrests will soon be made. The U.S. Justice Department will not provide details about the special counsel's investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents to House Republicans. The House Judiciary Committee, now led by Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, demanded the agency turn over all documents and communications related to the probe, including correspondence with Biden's attorneys. The DOJ declined that request, stating it will withhold that info until its investigation is complete. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty there. Yes, indeed. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. Hopefully you've got your hot shot secret everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. Either that or the traditional hot shot secret winter anti-gel. Especially in the northern tier of the country. My. Look at these sub-zero temperatures. From Montana through the Dakotas into Minnesota. And later this week, much of the Northeast, we got another big Arctic outbreak. You know, that cold air mass, the polar vortex we had back around Christmas time, that was really kind of more of the central and Ohio Valley, Great Lakes region. It didn't really impact the Northeast. This next one, later this week as we're getting close to the weekend. What is that? One of those coldest places on the planet? Is it up in Vermont, New Hampshire? Where is it? Mount Washington, I think. One of the coldest places on the planet. They're talking 100 below wind chills with this next Arctic blast. We'll get to that coming up here, but I mean that's unworldly. 100 below wind chills. Now I just got the message from Idaho Rose, aka Debbie, who said, roads here are disaster. She's in Montana. Yeah, very slick, solid ice, temperature down to 30 below tonight. I think that's the air temperature, not the wind chill. All right, we've got speaking of messy roads, we were talking about a potential ice storm with several rounds early this week. Now, we saw one little shot of icy road conditions through parts of eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. I guess this is round number 2 out of 3. There's another shot of icy conditions to come on Wednesday. Today is expected to be the ugliest of the bunch. So we'll break it down for you as we get underway. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, we had a little bit of mixed precip, a little dusting of snow earlier this evening. Yeah, right now things are pretty quiet out there, but I mean, it was just enough to slicken up, watch those bridges and overpasses, throughout the region. Things I'm assuming, hopefully we'll hear from some of the drivers and listeners out there, what the road conditions are like as we do have a full-fledged ice storm warning. Things are going to get nasty, especially through central and east central Arkansas, western Tennessee. Nashville's supposed to be in the mix, with the icing scenario. Right now, a little bit of rain beginning in Nashville. You don't have to get too far to the west of downtown Nashville where you've got that changeover to the freezing rain and sleet in the mix. Right now that extends up southern Illinois, right up the Ohio River Valley from, say, just north of Bowling Green, Kentucky. That zone from Bowling Green to Louisville looks like a lot of frozen or mixed precip in the mix, all the way into south central Ohio where they have winter weather advisories. Little light dusting of snow from Columbus to Pittsburgh, down into the northernmost reaches of West Virginia right now. But I'm going to flip over to the National Weather Service office, the Storm Prediction Center, as they call it. And they kind of break down what's on the way. Prolonged and potentially significant icing event to impact a large area from the southern plains to the Tennessee Valley. Frigid temperatures over the central and western states that will begin moderating here over the next few days. And coming up later this week, Heavy rain, flash flooding will be possible from eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley come midweek. But the headline weather story over the next several days will be this long-duration ice storm across portions of the southern plains and the Mid-South that is ongoing and will continue into Wednesday. In the wake of the Arctic frontal boundary passage, warm, moist air overrunning the cold air along that boundary draped across the region, producing freezing rain and sleet. And yes, we'll be talking significant impacts. Furthermore, multiple rounds of wintry precip forecast with light freezing rain and sleet through the evening hours tonight, continuing off and on through at least Wednesday. Now, they do say widespread ice accumulations greater than 1/4 of an inch, with localized areas receiving as much as 1/2 an inch. And those areas are the ones that are going to see potentially significant power outages. On top of the hazardous travel conditions, that amount of ice will lead to tree damage and power outages across the hardest hit regions. Sleet accumulations up to 1/2 inch also possible along the northern sections of the precip shield, which would stretch from northern Texas to northern Arkansas, which could also lead to treacherous travel or just add to the already slippery conditions. Now, as a result, ice storm warnings, winter storm warnings, and winter weather advisories are in place. The cold air mass responsible for the icy forecast in the Mid-South will lead to a very frigid start to the new week through the remainder of the central U.S. and even in the western states. Widespread departures 20 to 30 degrees below average for this time of year are forecast throughout much of the plains, the Intermountain West. Daytime high temperatures, single digits through Wednesday in the northern stretches of the high plains. You couple that bitterly cold air with the gusty winds. That's where we have wind chill advisories across the central and northern plains. Wind chill values are going to be 40 below zero in the Dakotas and Minnesota later this Tuesday morning, 40 below. Fortunately, the cold air mass will gradually warm as we get to midweek. Temperatures are still going to be below average for a majority of the nation, outside of the southeastern-most reaches of the country. Now, that is, again, from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, the official group that issues the winter watches and the winter warnings and the wind advisories. Let's move over to what Horse Feathers refers to as the AccuWeather gods. AccuWeather forecasters say several zones of icy weather are on the way. It's going to be a busy weather pattern unfolding this week, as many as 3 different storms traveling from the Rockies to the East Coast. Ultimately, rounds of rain will threaten to cause flooding for some in the south, but there's a broad area that's going to see ice and snow. Winter storm warnings in place for a large portion of Texas, as well as parts of southeast Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, and southern Missouri as of Monday afternoon. Winter weather advisory stretching from Texas all the way to parts of Indiana, Ohio, and even West Virginia. National Weather Service office in Fort Worth said they had received numerous reports of accidents, especially on the bridges, the overpasses, and untreated roads early Monday. Now, MedStar Emergency Management Service in Fort Worth reported this past afternoon over 100 crashes took place in that area alone. 25 individuals transported to area hospital with injuries. The chief of police for White Settlement, a suburb of Fort Worth, reporting via Twitter that icy roads are contributing to accidents throughout the area. You have to slow down when you approach the elevated surfaces. Further south, crews with the Texas Department of Transportation were pre-treating some of the major roadways this past morning. Austin, Texas, for one, reminding people leave plenty of room between vehicles and the work convoys. Sleet fell for several hours coating the roads around Oklahoma City this past day. So who's going to see the wintry conditions this week? Central Texas, southeast Oklahoma to the mid-Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. Yeah, and it's underway as we speak. Even Monday morning, Waco, Dallas, Abilene already were below freezing, dealing with rain and freezing rain at the onset. We may hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger this morning. I did see, looks like he was in that messy conditions, the icy conditions there in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area this past morning. Now, as the next storm in that series begins to move northeast today, Tuesday, and Tuesday night, the freezing rain sleet again expands over the region from central Texas to southern Missouri, parts of Tennessee and Kentucky as well. The amount of ice with this second wave could be much more significant than the first. Major travel disruptions for the upcoming day. Cities like Dallas, Austin once again to Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis to Nashville could receive a substantial amount of ice today. Secondary roads in these communities, even some of the major highways like Interstate 20, 35, and 40, especially the elevated surfaces or any untreated areas. Those sub-freezing conditions will continue even into Wednesday morning as the caboose of the storm train tracks across the area, continuing the slick conditions from central Texas to the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Now, gradually from west to east from Wednesday night into Thursday, the icy conditions will gradually come to an end. Eventually, the moisture streaming in from the Gulf may bring enough warmth to slowly erode the cold away. How long those icing conditions last, it's going to depend on how long it takes for those temperatures to get into the middle and upper 30s. So precip would change over at that point to plain old rain. But what a messy way to start the week here. All right, just got a message, a link from Arkansas there. Let's see. Both sides of I-155 closed in Pemiscot County at the Mississippi River Bridge. Multiple crashes being reported there. See if I can pull up the rest of the story here. Let's see. Yeah, both sides of Interstate I-155. According to the Missouri Department of Transportation, the blockage reported a little before 9:30 this past evening. Missouri Highway Patrol Troop E said they're assisting the Tennessee Highway Patrol with several weather-related crashes. East and westbound lanes are blocked. 2 of the crashes are on the Missouri side. Several others are on the Tennessee side. Right now, that road closed until further notice. And when did they update that? 1 hour ago. Yeah, a little after 10:45 this past evening. So that's Central Time, keep in mind. So 11:45, a little less than an hour ago. We've got, speaking of the treacherous travel conditions, the icy conditions, we've got updates on numerous multi-vehicle pileups. 45. We'll start with this one right here. As many as 45 vehicles involved in 2 icy pileup crashes in St. Louis. This was overnight last night, Sunday night into Monday morning. This was Highway 64 near 270 and Interstate 370 eastbound over Interstate 270. The elevated surfaces, folks. According to the Riverfront Times, the wet roads froze over. A semi jackknifed in the middle of Highway 64, which then led to a pileup involving at least 30 cars. Then a second pileup occurred on 370 eastbound over 270, involving at least an additional 15 vehicles. With that pileup, not clear how many injuries were sustained, but road conditions in that area were expected to remain treacherous throughout the day on Monday. 27 injuries. Now, this is a separate incident reported following the massive pileup going back to as we were starting the weekend Friday. in Wisconsin. Rock County, tallies regarding how many vehicles were involved kind of changed throughout the weekend. I think 24 hours ago we were highlighting 51 vehicles. According to Fox News, approximately 85 vehicles, including semi-trucks and passenger cars, were involved in this massive crash. At least 27 were injured. Only one fatality reported. Interstate 39/90 was blocked pretty much all day Friday, according to state police. Yes, they were dealing with whiteout conditions, snow and ice. Be careful out there, people. Slow it down. There's no load that's worth your life. I'll give you more on what's going on around there. I think we got a good show coming your way here on a Tuesday morning. Looky there, the final day, last day of January for 2023. There it is, 1/31 of 2023. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who we got on board out of the box here on a Tuesday? Hope your week's off to a good start. By the way, the hard part behind us. Made it through Monday. Well, unless, of course, you're Eskimo Mom, because this is kind of like, this is her, I guess, Sunday. She'll be heading back out tomorrow night. Philly Dan is up and running. Good morning, Steve. Hope everybody has a great day. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Hello to Elliot, morning overnight crew, checking in from Monroe, Ohio. We mentioned Idaho roads. Yeah, roads are disastrous here, very slick. Ice, temperature down to 30 below tonight. Again, I think she's in like the Bozeman, Montana area, if memory serves. Jacob, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Good morning from Wells, Nevada. There's James, who says minus 3 degrees here, a clear night. Everybody be safe. Minus 3. Joe Self, morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Had 55 degrees today at the home. Spring-like temperatures, 48 here in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. That's going to be changing, Joe. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Have a good night. Let's see, a lot of accidents, people in the ditches, jackknife rigs there in Montana. Thank you, Idaho Rose. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Who you pulling for, Steve? The Eagles or the Kansas City Chiefs? Well, seeing as I was actually pulling for the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't know who to pull for. I surely don't want to pull for the Chiefs. I don't know about those Eagles either. Maybe I'm just going to be the fence straddler on this one, I think. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 33 degrees in New Paltz, New York. Larry. All right, there you go. Good morning, Larry. Canadian Terry says the 401 westbound headed to Toronto for the morning delivery. Clear, wind coming from the north, balmy 14 degrees at this hour. 5-7 copy in the mail. Hello to John Kretnick, morning crew wool at Hired Gun. Hired Gun checking in, copy in the mail, 53 and cloudy in northwest Georgia tonight. Yeah, through all the BS on and off the radio, there's really one thing that's more important than everything else. Painted side stays on top. Yes, especially on a night like this, right? Hello to Linwood, morning Steve, and all the drivers, late night listeners from San Antonio. It's a balmy 34 degrees and a little wet outside tonight. Northwest Illinois. How cold is it, Roy? It's 0. They don't have a temperature. Feels like minus 13 right now. Again, Northwest Illinois. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 57 degrees, fog, sprinkles. Got my delivery off okay. I'm going to take some time off now, so have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Another Memphis police officer involved in the Tyree Nichols traffic stop's been relieved of duty. On Monday, Memphis police said Officer Preston Hemphill and one other unidentified officer were relieved of duty while the investigation continues. The Nichols family attorney is familiar, Attorney Benjamin Crump. He says he's not satisfied.
We have a lot of questions that have to be answered over this 6th officer as well as others.
Also on Monday, the Memphis Fire Department announced it fired 2 paramedics who responded to the scene for failing to give proper aid to Nichols. Congress is now investigating unemployment fraud from the pandemic that resulted in billions of dollars in losses for the state of California. California officials estimate the number could be up to $20 billion in improper pandemic unemployment payments. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Shorty. First Orlando trip this week. Looks like he's at the Florida-Georgia line. 66 degrees. That sounds downright beautiful right about now. Hello to Patty, who says, I can't believe it's this late. Hi, Steve. Well, hi, Patty. I presume you won't be with us for the duration, but good to have you on board out of the box here anyway on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hello to Matthew. Morning, Steve. Overnight listeners. And Kevin the Cat. If anybody's driving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, plan your trip accordingly. We do have a lot of road closures due to the icy road conditions. All right, thanks for the heads up, Matthew. Morning from Rochester, New York, Rockpick, where it's 27 degrees, feels like 19 at this hour. Stay warm and safe. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 10 degrees under the starlit skies in Sweet Springs, Missouri. It's a perfect January evening. The ground is hard, the gates are frozen, the critters are getting loaded. That's what bull haulers do. And a special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from UPI Parks Livestock. All right. Good morning. Hillbilly Tex checking in. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, right? Hello, Sylvester, checking in from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, where it's 84 degrees, mostly sunny. What a beautiful day. Yeah, great to hear the show and hear all the callers checking in. I have finished my work, headed home to repair the backyard fence. All right. 26 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. A little nasty out here in southwest Ohio. Do not hammer down in these parts right about now. Instead, park the rig, turn on the Overnight Drive with Mr. Summers, sponsored by Hot Shot Secrets. Be safe, all the nocturnal listeners out there. Hello, sir. Good to see you from Knoxville, Tennessee. It's Gilbert Glenn Jr. Gilbert, good to have you with us. Welcome aboard. Hey, let's head on down to somewhere, I think, around the Memphis area. What do you say, Brain Dead?
Let's see. I'm just working around the house. I just took one of my sick days today because, you know, Mama didn't raise no fool, and this company's too damn stupid to shut down because there's an ice storm warning, and you've already got 2 terminals shut down that service Little Rock. So, you know, it just shows you the intelligence level of this company that I work for. I'm not going to name any names.
Oh boy!
If you're a frequent listener, you can pick it
up. So they actually want you to be out there rolling tonight in an ice storm?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, buddy. Let me tell you. Remember back around Christmas when we had that last ice storm?
Sure.
I got wrote up for it. because I didn't go out in an ice storm to go run freight to Little Rock and back when it was like 13 below zero here. Yeah, that's how stupid this company is. They're more worried about the freight than actually the drivers' lives.
Wow. Yeah, well, aside from, I mean, don't they end up with more damage with trucks in the ditch and trailers overturned and freight being destroyed? I mean, that's nuts.
But you also have to remember, too, that they have a big spending freeze on, and, well, it's okay to tear up customers' freight and pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars in claims and be safe in an ice storm warning and shut it down, because right now, just checking RDOT, and not too far from me where I'm at right now, the road's already shut down because of an accident.
Yeah.
Hey, mama didn't raise no fool. So, but anyway, how was your weekend there, Steve Areno?
Oh, I had a good weekend. I'm a little disappointed in my Cincinnati Bengals. That was kind of heartbreaking there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but the cool thing though is, and I saw this on, I think ESPN or Twitter or one of these sites, that there's a mom who has both her sons playing in the Super Bowl, one for the Eagles, one for the Chiefs. That is like 1 in a million shot there.
Right.
But anyway, I guess you heard what happened Friday night here in the lovely, glorious town of Memphis, Tennessee.
As far as the video being released, and so.
Well, needless to say, the intelligent people shut down the old bridge right about the time I have to go to work, which is where I normally frequently go across. Well, I understand people have a right to protest and whatnot, but like we've said on previous shows, what good is that going to do right now? The justice system is slow and slow as it can get, if you know what I'm saying. But they've already fired another officer because of this.
Yes.
They've also already fired 3 more fire department people. Mm-hmm. Hello, when is it going to stop? Are we going to go all the way to the janitor at the precinct that didn't mop the floor right to get this kid to get fired because of this kid? I mean, Steve, this was a gang task force that was all behind this guy and arrested him. A gang task force. The poor mom and the attorneys are making it out like, oh, he was just a Boy Scout and honor roll student. He didn't bother nobody. Hey, I got news for you. A gang task force arrested him. There's a problem here. But there's not any release of the toxicology test or this poor kid's rap sheet.
Well, first of all, he was 29 years old, so it wasn't a kid. But, I mean, obviously, if you've seen the video, things did not go the correct way. I mean, there was no going over to the window saying, let me see your license and registration. I mean, the door was open, he was yanked out and pretty much murdered.
Right. Steve, I will agree with you on that. What the officer did was very harsh. Do not get me wrong, okay? I'm not saying that the officers were in the right. Yes, they did take things a little aggressively and went above and beyond.
A whole lot aggressively.
But see, this gang task force was set up to get rid of the gangs and the guns off the streets. These people here whine and cry and moan. Well, we need to do something with the crime. The crime's out of control. The guns are all over the street. Hello? You had a task force that was set up to deal with these people and to get them off the street. Steve, if people knew how heavily armed these gangs are, they are more heavily armed than our own military.
Well, Brain Dead, I haven't heard a thing about him being a gang member. I haven't heard anything about any drugs or weapons or anything being found in his vehicle. Right. Does any of that exist?
We don't know.
And even if it did, even if there were drugs in the vehicle, even if there were guns in the vehicle, that's not the way the situation was supposed to be handled. Now, I don't want things to go off the rails, so I'm going to... There's absolutely no possible defense for what unfolded there. Now, as it goes further down the line, yes, 3 EMTs were fired. Why? According to the reports, Yeah, the call from the police had come out. Of course, they arrived well after the guy had been beaten and pepper sprayed. 2 of the EMTs didn't even get out of the cab of the vehicle. I think they just sat in the fire truck. They didn't offer to render any sort of aid. Now, let me give you the update since that's where we're starting things. 2 additional officers involved in the arrest and the beating death have been disciplined, kind of widening the circle for a killing. Led to the murder indictment of 5 officers. The nation is understandably outraged. Officer Preston Hemphill, who's one of the white officers that arrived after the beating, and another unidentified officer were relieved of duty shortly after Nichols' arrest, according to the department. Now, also this past day, fire department officials announced the firing of emergency medical technicians Robert Long and Jamichael Sandridge and Fire Lieutenant Michelle Whitaker in connection. The fire chief said in a statement, the department received a call from the police to respond to a report of a person who had been pepper sprayed. As the workers arrived, the EMTs, of course, Nichols was handcuffed, leaning up against the squad car. Now, based on the nature of the call and the information they were told by police, they, quote, failed to conduct an adequate patient assessment. Of course, Whitaker and the driver remained in the engine, didn't even get out of the vehicle. So the investigation determined that all 3 violated multiple policies and protocols. Now, this has led to public discussion of how police forces can treat citizens, excessive violence, regardless of race, of both but the officers involved and the people being policed. We've all seen the body cam footage now. Now, the one officer, you can hear Officer Hemphill saying that he stunned Nichols, declaring, "I hope they stomp his ass." It's not the way it's supposed to be done. The Memphis police officers used the stun gun, the baton, and their fists as they continued to pummel him. At one point, yes, Nichols was able to get on his feet and run toward his house. And, of course, he was calling for his mother, struggling with his injuries, sitting helpless on the pavement. I mean, we've all seen it now, but I don't see any way to offer a defense. And I mean, we all have jobs, we all have protocols to follow, and if you're calling for an ambulance and the ambulance shows up, and say your brother is sitting outside beaten half to death, and they don't even get out of the vehicle, hello? Well, I think he made the right decision by opting to use a sick day. Yeah, the ice storm warning. Yeah, in his region right there, significant ice expected. Yeah, 1/4 to 1/2 inch. This is portions of East Arkansas, North Mississippi, Western Tennessee. Power outages, tree damage, likely. Travel could be nearly impossible. Yeah, why in the world a trucking company would try to put drivers out on the road in those kind of conditions is beyond understanding. All right, southern and northern Arkansas, a couple of rounds of freezing rain and sleet expected tonight through Tuesday night. Again, anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch. Yeah, sleet accumulation should be less than maybe 1/10 of an inch. All right. Some of the winter storm warnings we're referring to. A quick time out. We'll get back to your calls on a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what else do we have under the industry headlines? Police are asking for the public's help investigating the shooting of a truck driver in Denver Sunday morning. Yeah, the shooting happened again Sunday morning, the 29th, Wheat Ridge in West Denver. According to the local ABC affiliate, it was about 10 after 8 in the morning on westbound I-70 near the Ward Road exit. Police are calling the incident a possible altercation. The driver, they do say, is expected to be okay, but officers have very, very little information on the incident. You know, what they're hoping is there may have been some drivers maybe passing through with dash cam that might have some video that could help them to unfold what occurred there. Anyone who may have some dash camera footage is being asked to refer it their way. Yeah, we touched on several pileups, the Wisconsin, the St. Louis this past morning, another major accident involving a jackknife semi and multiple other vehicles left several injured Monday morning. This is in Michigan, near Chelsea, Michigan, about 7 a.m. this past morning. According to the Fox 2 affiliate in Detroit, police were called to the scene after a semi lost control on I-94, jackknifing, causing several other vehicles to crash, including at least 2 other semi-trucks and 3 passenger vehicles. The Michigan State Police reports secondary crashes involved even more vehicles. Again, multiple injuries reported in that incident, including 1 critical injury. That's about all we had on that one. Let's head on out near the Denver area. I-70 was shut down near Denver. This was a semi-truck literally dangling off the side of the interstate on an elevated surface and overpass. The accident happened this past day, a little after the noon hour on I-70 at Glenwood Canyon. Both sides of I-70 were shut down, and just based on the photos, the video footage from the scene there, had to get some heavy-duty equipment. It probably took hours to get that. Actually the cab had gone through the guard railing and was dangling off the side of the interstate, hanging over. The trailer, the fifth wheel, did not come unhooked, luckily, but no word on any injuries there. But there you go. Be careful on these roads out there. All right, who we got? Samantha. Good morning, Steve. Dale and I are going to work our way to Rosenberg, Texas. We came to a dead stop due to the ice, snow-covered roads at the Oklahoma-Texas line. We sat there for like 3.5 hours before we got to move in again. Vehicles going off the roads. What a mess. Everybody out there tonight, please slow down, stay safe, trying to get to those destinations. All right, who we got on board here? It's me again, Margaret.
Well, good morning, Steve.
What do you say, Hillbilly Tex?
Hey, well, we have a heat wave off up here, 52 degrees, and fog's kind of trying to move in a little bit. And, boy, it's just a great day to be living. Steve, I want to give a big shout out to Farmer. I know he don't never call the show, but he always listens to the podcast. And old Farmer and Aaron Boggs, I met him yesterday up here at the big road, and he's a real nice gentleman. I appreciate him. I just want to give a big shout out to them this morning. And Steve, now, as far as I understand, Monkey Gouger may be down there in that middle of that winter storm in Texas, but I wish him all the best in his travels. And I had some other things I was going to talk about, but I don't believe I'm going to do that tonight. But now I just wanted to call in to give a big shout out to a few hands there, and Lauren Wise, and I don't know where Woodpecker and Miss Deborah are, but shout out to them, and everybody just please be safe out there. Ain't no freight worth nobody's life.
Yep.
We can all make it another day, and I just want to congratulate you again on the Rumble deal. We heard anything when we going live?
I still haven't spoke to anyone since we went, the Rumble thing kicked in, I guess, Friday morning. So I'm going to have to give Josh or Kyle, somebody a call.
Yeah, well, congratulations anyway. You got that far. Give people another way to listen to the podcast,
Yes, sir.
But anyone, just sitting up here at exit 81 off the big 7-5, tipping a hat and ringing the cowbell, and everybody, all my brother and sister truckers out there, just please be safe, and we'll talk at you later, Steve.
Thank you, Tex. Aren't you glad you're in eastern Tennessee rather than western Tennessee? So he said, what did he say, 52 degrees? It's an icy mess over western Tennessee. I'm looking at a big sexy just sent me the link from iDrive, Arkansas, which kind of shows the map of northern Arkansas. And starting, you've got, what are the different road colors? All right, ice versus ice patches versus slush versus clear roads. Right now, it looks like central Arkansas pretty much clear. But I'm looking at pretty much the entirety of the northern portions of the state. Essentially, you could say from Fort Smith all the way over to just north of Memphis. Anything north of that, it's labeled as ice-covered roadways. So from Jonesville to Mountain Home to Paynesville to Bentonville, to pretty much maybe just north of Searcy, northern Arkansas, road conditions are labeled as ice. See what Mr. Kelly has for us here. Morning, Steve, from the TNC Radio.live studio, Houston, Texas. No ice here, but watch out west of Houston on Interstate 10. Yeah, they're a little bit south of the ice there. But I think, portions of northern Texas going to be a real mess, right? So, of course, stay tuned after the overnight drive with the latest info, weather, especially the major ice storm in the Mid-South. Coming up 8 a.m. this morning, TNC Radio will be simulcast on Facebook with the Truckers Safety Info Group. You can watch. We checked the radar, the road conditions throughout the morning. Yeah, depending on how things go, maybe even later in the day. So, and if you're on the road driving and you can't watch, just, of course, listen in on tncradio.live. We'll have more on our daily driver bonus $1,000 giveaway, all coming up as we roll into a Tuesday. Meanwhile, we get a news break here. More of your calls ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. At least 10 people are injured in Central Florida after a drive-by shooting in a neighborhood Monday.
They located 3 victims who were shot on the scene, and several victims, the officers were told, had been transported via personal vehicle.
Police in Lakeland report 2 have critical injuries, and the rest have non-life-threatening injuries in what's believed to be a targeted attack. Another officer's been relieved of duty in the wake of Tyree Nichols' deadly beating.
Memphis police say Preston Hemphill has been let go, although what role he played wasn't disclosed. 5 other officers were fired and have been charged with second-degree murder for Nichols' death, but family attorney Ben Crump says it's not enough.
We have a lot of questions that have to be answered over this 6th officer.
Hemphill's attorney says he's cooperating with officials but wasn't present at the scene. Nichols is set to be laid to rest on Wednesday.
More COVID policies being canceled by the feds.
Administration officials telling Congress that on May 11th, both the national emergency and public health emergency will come to a close, ending most of the COVID relief money. Republicans in Congress trying to get that date moved up. The World Health Organization said this week that the pandemic is at a transition point.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says while he still prefers the 2-state solution in the Middle East today, he says the U.S. commitment to Israel is ironclad.
That commitment is backed up by nearly 75 years of United States support. America's commitment has never wavered.
Blinken met with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem Monday, offering his condolences for the 7 Israelis killed in an attack on a synagogue on the outskirts of Jerusalem last week. Back in the States, Cindy Williams, the actress who played the Shirley half of Laverne and Shirley, is dead. She was 75 years old and died at her home in Los Angeles. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of My Pillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why My Pillow has developed the My Pillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden spends part of the day touting a multi-billion-dollar rail tunnel rehab project along the Potomac River. Biden said billions of dollars in the bipartisan infrastructure bill have gone toward improvements to the Baltimore and Potomac Tunnel, creating as many as 20,000 construction jobs.
Laborers, electricians, carpenters, cement masons, ironworkers, operating engineers, and so much more. These are good jobs you can raise a family on.
Biden spoke in Baltimore on Monday. The Baltimore and Potomac Tunnel, considered the largest rail bottleneck in the entire Northeast. Construction of a wall on the United States-Mexico border is still taking place in some areas.
Texas still building its portion of a border wall, even though the Biden administration stopped work on that wall. Texas Governor Greg Abbott admits it's not a cheap endeavor.
Part of that is the materials for the wall. Part of it is the cost of acquiring the rights to be able to build the wall on land.
Abbott, speaking in the border town of San Benito Monday, where wall construction was taking place, said they are acquiring more land rights, which should help speed up construction. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. will not be sending any F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. President Biden was asked that question after returning to the White House Monday and responded, quote, no. He did not elaborate or say the U.S. might in the future. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right there we say welcome back. Or for those maybe just joining us, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Up and running on the final day of January. How about that? All right, good morning, Gilligan. Hello, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Partly cloudy for now at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. We're at 44 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. John Ferguson, the GM parts train is once again avoided studying the back of my eyelids for 34 hours and is relatively pooped. But, you know, I get the joy of Grand Rapids to Columbia, Tennessee all week. I'm sure I-65 in Nashville will be littered with bumpers and car parts scattered about. But we can only hope ICE will train hot rods to slow down. Anyhow, thanks for keeping us company at night, Steve. Yeah, John, you're running the GM parts train there. Got an email from Craig a bit earlier. See if I can pull that back up. He said, my sister is trying to buy a new car. She was told she can order one, but won't get it for like 3 to 6 months. Are the car manufacturers shut down? Or where's the new vehicles? Now, I know things are supposed to be a whole lot better as far as the new car market's concerned. Of course, the chip shortage had so many vehicles waiting for delivery. Couldn't be delivered. I don't know if they cleared out the Kentucky Speedway of all them Ford pickup trucks. I did come across, I had before me about a year ago that the used car business was party time. The pandemic and the global semiconductor shortage forced the automakers to stop or slow production of those new cars and trucks. Everybody was headed to the used car lots. Prices for pre-owned vehicles, of course, were through the roof. Now, this report says the used car business is now suffering a brutal hangover. Americans, especially people on tight budgets, are buying fewer cars as the interest rates rise, and improved auto production has eased the shortage of new vehicles. As a result, sales and prices of used cars are falling, and the auto dealers that specialize in them are actually hurting right now. After a huge run-up in 2021, last year was kind of a reality check. According to Cox Automotive, the research firm, the used market now faces a challenging year as demand weakens. According to Cox, used car values fell 14% last year and are expected to fall more than 4% additional this year. That shift means many dealers may have no choice but to sell some vehicles for less than they actually paid for them. The difficulties have been exemplified by Carvana, which sells cars online, became famous for building the vending machine towers where you can pick up cars. That company recently reported a quarterly loss of more than $500 million, and they've laid off 4,000 employees. In the last 12 months, Carvana piled up debt. Their stock price has fallen by more than 95%. 3 states temporarily suspended their operating license after consumer complaints. We think there's a chance the company will end up having to file for bankruptcy. According to Wedbush analysts, they have too much debt for the level of sales and profitability. They cannot support that debt load and likely will have to restructure. In a statement to the New York Times, Carvana said they're confident they have sufficient funds to turn the business around. The company had $2 billion in cash and an additional $2 billion in other liquidity resources at the end of the third quarter. They've also hired an investment bank, and they're working to reduce their inventory and cut the cost of reconditioning the vehicles. So I don't know where Carvana is going. CarMax is another used car giant, is also hurting. They're on much steadier ground, but in the 3 months that ended November, their vehicle sales fell 21%. Net income tumbled 86%. CarMax is trying to avoid deep price cuts to ensure they make money on each sale, and the company's chief executive said, even if that means the company's overall sales are falling, we're trying to strike a balance between making sure the cars are priced right, but trying to maintain our margins at the same time. CarMax is being very cautious about acquiring more cars and trucks until the prices stop falling. In the most recent quarter, the company bought 238,000 cars from individuals and dealers. That's about 40% fewer than the same period the previous year. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I know the new car sales are supposed to be, a whole lot. The lots are supposed to be much more plentiful. I mean, there was a time when when you drive by the new car lots, and they'd only have a dozen vehicles, when normally they might have 50 or, in some cases, hundreds of new vehicles on the lot. All right, let's get back to the call, see what old Knucklebuster has underway for the new week. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Gun sales are down, too. I mean, the people just ain't buying it. They ain't got no money to, right? I'm down here in Texas, down here at Weatherford, Texas there. If you're trying to make it to Abilene, you can just kiss that one goodbye, because they've had so many wrecks across there. It wasn't funny. I could only get up to 10 miles an hour because of all the traffic and the wrecks and stuff. So I said it was time to go to bed and let them clean it up the road after before morning there, right? Well, I found me a parking hole over here at Dairy Queen. See, what flavor of Blizzard do you like?
I'm not a big fan of Blizzards. I guess if I had to pick one, I'd choose the Oreo.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll text message it to you where you get it, right?
Thank you.
Picture.
Yummy.
Yeah, well, that was Brain Dead, right?
Yes.
I don't think that boy's a gang member. They got the Bloods and the Crips and all kinds of gangs over there, and especially in the what they call the hood. It's a Hickory Hill area. I don't know. They screwed up big time. I can guarantee that.
Yes.
They're going to be a bunch of them fired over all that mess. And they got 2 Shelby County sheriffs also showed up over there. The sheriff saw it on the video, and he suspended them, and they're under investigation for what part they did or didn't do in that situation. So it's not only the Memphis police, but the fire department, the EMTs, and now you got the Shelby County Sheriff involved in it there. So, well, I got a DA nominee for you as my dispatcher. I was out there in Lubbock, Texas. Got out there this morning, unloaded, reloaded. He called me wanting to know was I going to be back in Memphis in the morning. Surely you joust, right?
Not right.
I ain't made it down to Dallas yet. And I got a brother that's a customer service rep for a trucking company out of Memphis. And he told me today that there ain't nobody moving nothing out of Memphis tomorrow. That they'll just shut it down because of all that ice. They're looking for a quarter to a half an inch of ice
exactly.
In Memphis.
I mean, the trees, the power lines. I mean, Memphis may be in the dark tomorrow night.
Yeah, it might be. Tennessee ain't going to be because she got a generator out there. So all she got to do is go out there and hit that button and let her roll. Right?
There you go.
Well, I'm going to bed on you, so have a good night. They're out there cleaning the road. I see an occasional truck driver pass by out there at about 10 miles an hour, so good luck with that one. I ain't fighting it all night.
Any idea what kind of ice accretion you have yet? Or is it beginning to build up on the trees and all that yet? Or
oh, man, it's just on the road. I mean, I bet it's a half inch of ice on the road there.
Wow.
You ain't done but about 10 miles an hour. Back in 1994 in Memphis, they had a major ice storm back then, and I left Memphis, and it took me 10 hours to drive 72 miles up to the Missouri state line.
Wow.
Yep. But it was dry road when I hit Missouri, and buddy, I was hammered down on it, getting it done, trying to get it all done, get back for the weekend. So, anyway, y'all stay safe out there, and I'm going to go to bed and see. Oh, I see that they got them flashers on there just setting steel out there right now. So.
All right, well, snuggle up with Tennessee and have a good night. All right, there you go. It ain't worth it, right? You know, who wants to get out and try to move freight in a proverbial ice storm? My. All right, 17 past the hour. A couple lines open at 844-844-5638. $33.88.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'm looking at a photo Bob shared about an hour ago. Not a good night here in southern Illinois. Yeah, the photo through the windshield. Looks like ice-covered roadways there. I cannot see the asphalt at all. So a mess in southern Illinois. Yep. Yeah, it's the southernmost reaches of the state. Now, obviously, earlier in the day, you had some of that precip all the way up to St. Louis with that massive pileup that had occurred there, but take it slow. All right, back at it here. Who we got on board? Take one, take two. I'm not seeing a name, so. Did you hear the beep? All right, I think that might have been Eagle on the line. He'll dial us back up there. He probably had to get out of the truck, right? Would that be who we got?
You're not seeing no names tonight. This is Eagle.
Oh, so this is Eagle. Okay, yeah, no, it says Naked Sexy. Ha, that's not your name.
Naked Sexy. I think that was the guy who called in before me. Well, another guy. It wasn't me. I don't know how to. Yeah, it must be something wrong with your phone line.
It's my digital call screen. What's going on, Eagle? What's happening?
Yeah, I got some bad news, Steve. Man, I'm down here in San Antonio. I thought I was gonna be able to take a couple of days off at my friend's house because I know the weather's bad in Dallas, but my dispatcher telling me I can't stay. So. Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like I'm going to have to drive to Dallas tomorrow, but I already done made up my mind. You know, I've been listening to you, and I've been listening to the Dallas radio station, and they talking about how slick the roads are and all the accidents. So before I get, the closer I get to Dallas, if I keep hearing all these bad things about accidents, my truck will be parked in a truck stop. I'm not going to, like I told you a couple of nights ago, those people in Dallas don't know how to drive in slick conditions. And like I say, it's like a skating ring in Dallas, they said today, and I think from what they're saying tomorrow, it's going to be even worse. So like I said before, the closer I get to Dallas, if I start seeing a lot of accidents, my truck will be parked. Yeah, like that guy said a few minutes ago, ain't no load worth losing your life or your job. So they can reschedule. I've been driving for a long time, so nobody pushes me. Nobody tells me what to do. I've been I've been driving over 20 years, and I'm not. Well, like my grandfather said, when I found this job, I was looking for this job when I found this one. So if they don't like it, then I'll find me another job. But nobody's gonna tell me to drive on ice. As simple as that. Because, like I say, it's just too dangerous, So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Like I say, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm gonna keep up with the conditions, tonight on listening to your radio show. Hopefully, maybe you can give another update on Dallas after I hang up with you.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, Steve, I got some interesting news, and I don't know if this news is true. It's still a lot of speculation going around right now about this situation in Memphis. I got some very disturbing news. It's going around on the internet right now on TikTok and a couple of other social media outlets. And like I told you a couple of nights, last night, this looked like this was personal, Steve, the way they walked up to the man's car. And what I've been hearing now, Steve, is not good. They saying that one of the police officers, that this guy that they beat up, that he was having an affair with one of the officers' wives. And this is the reason why they put the beat down on this guy. And now they said that they got a video. I haven't seen. I don't know who this woman is, but they saying that if you look real closely at the camera, the one that they had in the light up that was focused on them when they was beating the guy up, they said that after they beat him up, he had a cell phone and he took a picture of that man laying on the ground, and guess who he sent it to? He sent it to his ex-girlfriend. That's what they saying. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if this is true or not, but they saying that this guy was beat up because he was having an affair with one of these officers' wives. And you remember a couple of nights ago, Steve, on Friday or Thursday night, I asked you, I said, what would make these cops be so stupid to beat this man up, knowing that they had body cameras on? But you know what? Even more disturbing news has come out. First of all, they turned off their body cams. But see, here's something that they didn't know. They didn't know. Well, they should have known. They live in Memphis. They didn't realize that they had cameras in the lights that was above them. So that's how they got busted. That wasn't body cam video that you seen when they were kicking and assaulting that man. That was from that overhead camera. So that's what these idiots forgot about, and now they don't got burned by doing this, because now if everything is true, but what I just told you, like I said, I don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
If this is true, Steve, they can get these guys for premeditated first-degree murder because they planned this attack on this man because he was sleeping with his wife. Now, like I said, I don't know if this is true, but this is some of the evidence that's coming out in the last couple of hours on this situation. So we'll see what happens. And then there was another guy, a white guy, that people were making a big deal out of. I didn't realize he was a white guy until I looked at the video real closely. If you look at the start of the video, a car pulls up and there's a guy driving that vehicle, and he gets out of the car and he told somebody to stop the hell out of that guy. That was a white guy that got out of that car that told him to get on the ground, and they said he was the one that sprayed the mace on that guy. So there was a white guy involved in this situation. Well, he wasn't involved in the beating up of the man, but he was on the scene. And from what I'm understanding, he lost his job too. He's been told that he doesn't have a job. But you know something, Steve? Here's what pisses me off about this situation here. Yet again, we got who is this? I forgot who this loser is. She already got fired from ESPN for being racial. Everything to her is a racist deal. I think her name is Jamil Hill. Now she had the nerve, and this shows how stupid these people are, Steve. She had the nerve to say on TV yesterday that this beating took place. It was a racially motivated beating of this man. Now, how stupid is that, Steve? How can she say something so stupid? You got 5 black men beating up another black man, and they saying she said this is racially motivated. That makes absolutely no sense. And now you see why she's out of a job at ESPN, and that's why she no longer has a job on television, because of these type of comments. And she's not the only one who's made stupid comments like this, that it was a racially motivated beating. Like I said, that makes absolutely no sense for anybody to even say that when the 5 officers were black. So we'll see what happens in this situation, Steve. I'm hoping that it's not true. I'm hoping that this man wasn't beat up over a woman. Because, see, here's how it goes. See, I remember we've been talking about this for years, even when I was in high school. You know what happens in this situation, Steve? Here's what happens. The man that her ex-boyfriend, he goes to jail, and guess what? The other guy, he goes to the graveyard, and guess what happens to the woman? She goes out and finds another man while both of these guys are no longer around no more. So in the long run, both of those guys lose if this is true. And it makes absolutely no sense, because this woman is going to move on right on to another man after both of these guys have disappeared out of her life. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we did touch on that last evening. The rumor. I haven't seen any sort of authentic news related item. I didn't really do any searching for it, but I guess there's a lot of speculation out there. Yeah, let me see here. I can tell you though, Eagle, your question about what the roads are going to be like. Yeah, all of northern and central Texas. It's a winter storm warning. I don't know why it's winter storm warning versus an ice storm warning, or what the criteria is, because they got the ice storm through much of Arkansas and over there into Tennessee. But the forecast for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Arlington, all this region around central and northern Texas, which reads mixed precipitation, primarily in the form of freezing rain and or sleet. Total ice or sleet accumulations between 1/4 and 1/2 inch are possible. Pockets of heavier sleet accumulation will be possible against all of North Texas, western central Texas, and that's until the noon hour Central Time on Wednesday. Significant impacts to travel.
USA News Update. A growing number of Americans believe the government is the worst problem in the U.S. A new Gallup poll found 21% of Americans cited the government as the top issue in the country. That figure is up 6 percentage points from the last polling conducted in November and December. Meanwhile, 15% of respondents listed inflation as their top issue, and immigration was the top problem for 11%. The poll comes after the historic fight over the Speaker in the House and the controversy over classified documents found in President Biden's former office and home. Michael Jackson's nephew is set to star as the King of Pop in an upcoming biopic. Deadline reports Jafar Jackson will be leading in the Antoine Fuqua directed film. Jafar is the son of Jermaine Jackson, brother of Michael, and member of the Jackson 5. Fuqua is currently filming The Equalizer 3 with Denzel Washington and will be turning his attention to the Jackson biopic after that. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning, or maybe good evening, depending on what time zone you're in still, a.k.a. heat wave out west. Who says, morning from Milan Grants, New Mexico. It's clear, 21 degrees. Headed for Denver via Albuquerque. I'm going to sack out. Stay warm, stay safe, all right? Get you some rest there, heat wave. Yeah, Jeff chiming in said, you brought up Carvana. Carvana also bought Odessa Auctions. They've kind of screwed the industry up. Now they're laying off their private fleet drivers and selling trucks on truckpaper.com. Oh, and yeah, it feels like 3 below outside in LaPorte. A very chilly night. All right, thank you very much for those chiming in. See what's going on with Pappy out there. You slip sliding away. Hey, Pappy.
No, I'm sitting in the living room, Steve.
Oh,
thank goodness. Thank goodness, right? Yeah, it's nasty out there, man. Looking out the window anyway. Yeah, Steve. Listen, I didn't get to listen to much of your show last night. I was a tad busy. I think you know what I was doing. It made the news today, if you read my email. But listen, let me start off by saying this, that there was nothing at all that could have justified them. I won't even call them officers, Steve. These guys' actions, okay? Mm-hmm. Nothing. Wow. What Eagle just put out there Steve, if this is true,
right,
this could explain a lot. Friday night when I called you after I watched the videos, I said, man, the way they stopped this guy, they blocked him in, yanked him out of that car, threw him down on the ground, right? And which was totally uncalled, especially if they were saying this was a traffic violation. They stopped him like he was a homicide suspect that just killed 5 people and was considered armed and dangerous. And Steve, even with that said, and you made the point just a few minutes ago in that call, even if he was a homicide subject and was considered armed and dangerous, that still shouldn't have happened. You follow me?
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter if he was a gang member. Doesn't matter if he had dopes in the car. He wasn't armed. We know that. It shouldn't happen. If he was cheating on one of these guys' girlfriends, who's a member of this Scorpion unit, that doesn't make it justified, Steve. I mean, what the hell? If this is true, I'm telling you, that explains a lot. Were they following him? If this is true, were they following him?
And I do know that what Eagle was, there's a whole bunch of, I mean, I don't know, what's the word, obscure or, not like an ABC or an NBC or a Fox News or, a legitimate. I'm looking at one here that says the rumors are spreading rampant online that he was allegedly having an affair with the ex-wife of one of the officers. These claims have not been verified, but according to one tweet, it says unconfirmed from someone close to the Memphis Police Department stated that Tyree had an affair with one of the officers' ex. The officer and his friend tracked him and wanted to beat him up, making it look like he was resisting. It got way out of hand. Now, again, it says, if true, the media is lying to us. It was personal. Now, it's just all kinds of online rumors.
Right. Leaks happen, Steve. Right?
Right.
Things happen. People talk. I'll tell you what, though. We're going to find out if this is true or not. You know how we're going to find out? There's going to be a trial, Steve.
Yes.
And during the trial, if this is true, this will come out. And it goes to show until you actually have all the facts. I mean, we stated numerous times when we make comments that we are speculating, right? The mainstream media does not do that. They come and draw assumptions and conclusions right away without knowing any of the facts. I mean, the fact is they killed this man. And the fact is, if what Eagle is saying is true, Steve, we go from now murder to, I don't know what the laws are in Tennessee. I can only speak in Ohio. You go from murder to aggravated murder. Aggravated murder in Ohio, you can get the death penalty. You can't get it for just murder in Ohio. And the difference is the language in the ORC. For aggravated murder, it is purposely taking the life of another with prior calculation and design. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Under murder, it states knowingly take the life of another. So you go from purposely to knowingly. Some of the definitions, we could explain, but don't have the time to do that. Now, when they talk about with prior calculation and design, Steve, it's not like you have to sit down at the kitchen table and plan this out, days, hours even, right? It can be as simple as a fact that you get in a fight with somebody in your house, you get pissed off, you have a firearm, out in your vehicle. You leave the house, you go out and get that firearm out of your vehicle, and you come back in and shoot that man. That's with prior calculation and design. It can go down to seconds. That your intention was, you knew you had that firearm. You went out to get that firearm. You had it planned in your head that you were going to get it and come back in and kill him and shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to explain the law, how it works a little bit. So,
Okay.
If in fact what Eagle is saying, and they were following this guy, one of these guys went to his buddies and said, "Hey, listen, this dude's been cheating on my ex-wife. We're going to take matters into our own hands." Steve, that is all planned out ahead. If this is true, these guys are in big, big trouble. I mean, they're in big, big trouble to begin with.
Regardless, yeah.
Regardless. But if this turns out to be true,
I mean, a lot of folks are, even when Grump's conversation last evening, and he spent a number of years in law enforcement. He alluded to it. It just appeared like they knew this guy, that that there was something personal involved.
Steve, when you watch the video, right, it's like they weren't trying to cuff him. It's like they, I'm thinking to myself, what a bunch of buffoons here. It's like, you mean to tell me these 5 men couldn't control this guy? He wasn't resisting, Steve. He wasn't fighting back.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't get him cuffed? I'm not buying it. At one point, when he was on the ground, Steve, and listen, the news media wants to talk, hey, we need better training. Steve, don't fall and buy into none of this about better training. There's no law enforcement agency in this country in training, they teach you to tee up some dude's head like you're kicking a 60-yard field goal. When that man kicked that man in the head on a couple occasions, they don't train us to do that, Steve. That's
Correct.
not okay. When he's on the ground, they had him on the ground, and Steve, like Grump said, it looks like they literally let go of him. So this guy could come around and take his nightstick out and wear him out.
And that would kind of fall into the narrative that he was, if you get up and run, is that considered resisting?
Steve, let me tell you this. When they pulled that man out of that car, right, he's probably just driving down the street minding his own business, and they swarmed down on him. And the way I explained it to you, say a cop stops you for speeding, right? You expect to hear, hey, so you got driver's license, proof of insurance card, whatever, registration, whatever you ask for. That's what you're expecting. Well, first of all, they're not in marked cars to begin with, right? So the first video showed that one officer immediately goes up to his car, screaming at the top of his lungs, opens his car door, and yanks him out of that car. So if you put yourself in that mindset, he is probably thinking, what the hell is going on here?
Exactly.
And they get him down on the ground, and start to pummel him. And Steve, you try to tell me, well, he ran. You damn straight, I would have ran too. That's not an excuse here. Well, he ran. No, sir. That man was running for his life.
Right. Yep.
It's not like you're sitting there conducting an interview with somebody and all of a sudden they take off running on you. That man was fighting for his life, Steve. And he wasn't even fighting the officer. He was not fighting them. I don't care what anybody says. Maybe you could call it passively resistance. Maybe. Everything that Eagle says now, when I go back and look at all of this, I'm thinking, man, there might be something to this.
Yeah.
You know, so they'll know if, in fact, what Eagle said, if he took a photograph and texted it to his ex-wife. Well, Steve, they're going to know that.
Yeah.
You can't hide that.
Now, he also said
Once
something
you
about,
send it-
I mean, there were, I know they had the camera up on the light because that was like a distant view off a building or a light or whatever. They did have body cams. I mean, they all didn't turn their body cams off, did they?
Let's see. I'm trying to think now. I've seen three or four videos. There was not 5 unless they cut in some of them clips, unless they cut and spliced a couple together. I don't know. But I'll tell you this, Steve, I don't remember seeing the body camera footage of this guy that hauled back and teed off on his head and probably broke his foot because you seen him limping around afterwards.
Yeah. That was caught on the
I don't
camera on
remember-
the street. Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that body camera footage. You did see footage of him on the ground and officers hitting him and stuff.
And the initial when it started, when the officer walked up to the car door and opened it, that was body cam footage, was it not?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
okay.
from somebody else. Where's the body camera footage from the guy that opened the car door?
Okay.
I don't recall seeing that one neither, come to think of it. Could be wrong. You know, some of this could have been edited out a little bit. You know. And the haymaker he threw. Again, they had him down on the ground. At some point, he's back up on his feet. How the heck does that happen when you got 4 guys on you?
Yeah.
And that guy throws a big haymaker. Where's that body camera? Sometimes these things fall off, Steve. More times than not, when you're in a scuffle with somebody, these things fall off. They're only held on with magnets. So I think that in one case they did even say that one of the officers' body camera fell off. You could hear, right, what was going on, and at some point he does pick it back up and put it back on. So, man, I'll tell you what, this is going to be interesting. Wait to see if this is true. That explains a lot, why he was stopped the way he was and why their actions the way they were.
Yeah.
Because, Steve, you form a tight bond, especially guys working in these specialized units, you know, that are dealing with gang members, some bad dudes.
The bad
you're
guys.
putting you know, you're putting life and death situations on a constant basis. You form, you know, just like in war, Steve. Right? Kind of reminds me of that scene in Saving Private Ryan, where they're walking across that field and they come across a German machine gun's nest, right? And they end up in a firefight. And after one of them throws a grenade into the nest or whatnot, the firing stops. You remember this dramatic scene, Steve, where one of their fellow officers was shot multiple times and they're all holding him in his arms and he's dying right in front of us on the screen, and they kept jabbing morphine in him. You remember that scene?
Yes, sir. Yep.
After he dies, they walk up to the machine gun nest, and that German soldier's still alive, and what they did to him.
Kind of like it's what vigilante justice, I guess.
Yes, sir. So if it's true, this guy goes to his team members and say, "Hey, man, this dude's cheating on me on my wife
or my ex."
My ex. And they went and took matters into their own hands. Sure does explain some things, though, if it's true. So we'll see, man. I talked long enough here, Bubba. I appreciate it. If you got any questions, if I can answer any other questions, but under no circumstances, I don't care if this isn't true, whatever the case may be, under no circumstances their actions were justified. None at all. None. So I appreciate it. Everybody be safe.
Have a great morning. All right. Thank you very much. Good night to be off, because I'm sure the bridges and overpasses are a mess. Someone just showed some, I was looking at some footage out of Evansville. Evansville, I think it was one of the plow cams, as they call it. Ice-covered roadways. And we'll return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, news update a couple minutes away here. I had the headline, say it isn't so. Is it possible? No, not again. Don't tell me. Don't look now, but gas prices are headed back up. And Gas Buddy predicts the national average could be back at $4 a gallon again in a couple of months. Yeah, the price for a gallon of regular is up more than 13% nationally over the past month. Yes, some states have seen prices increase by nearly $1 per gallon this month alone. Now, just 6 weeks ago, the national average was hovering around $3 a gallon. Now, since bottoming out at that price, gas prices have steadily been climbing. Yeah, the current average is just shy of $3.50 per gallon. And there are no states immune from the price hike, they tell us. 15 states now have averages above $3.50 per gallon, which was only 6 states last month. There's not a single state averaging under $3.10 per gallon. Industry analysts say it's not demand fueling the increase, but rather the winter weather. It all started late December thanks to the Arctic blast that hit much of the country, all the way down in Texas. According to Gas Buddies Patrick DeHaan, the extremely cold weather caused some equipment failures at refineries. As a result, gasoline production was disrupted. Now, warmer weather will not necessarily mean lower gas prices, though. Prices typically rise in the spring as the refiners switch to the summer-grade gasoline, right? Gas Buddy says that could mean the return to $4 per gallon gas as soon as March. DeHaan also cautioned that a dip in demand is not likely to happen, even if Americans balk at the rising prices. Okay, well, when we come back here, we've got another Tesla fire, battery fire, spontaneous fire. And separately, thanks to skyrocketing electricity prices, they tell us it now costs more to drive the average electric vehicle 100 miles than it does to drive a gas-powered car the same distance. Is that possible? Okay, like I said, lots of interesting things to cover. All coming up on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. At least 10 people are injured in Central Florida after a drive-by shooting in a neighborhood Monday.
They located 3 victims who were shot on the scene, and several victims, the officers were told, had been transported via personal vehicle.
Police in Lakeland report 2 have critical injuries, and the rest have non-life-threatening injuries in what's believed to be a targeted attack. Another officer's been relieved of duty in the wake of Tyree Nichols' deadly beating.
Memphis police say Preston Hemphill has been let go, although what role he played wasn't disclosed. 5 other officers were fired and have been charged with second-degree murder for Nichols' death, but family attorney Ben Crump says it's not enough.
We have a lot of questions that have to be answered over this 6th officer.
Hemphill's attorney says he's cooperating with officials but wasn't present at the scene. Nichols is set to be laid to rest on Wednesday.
More COVID policies being canceled by the feds.
Administration officials telling Congress that on May 11th, both the national emergency and public health emergency will come to a close, ending most of the COVID relief money. Republicans in Congress trying to get that date moved up. The World Health Organization said this week that the pandemic is at a transition point.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says while he still prefers the two-state solution in the Middle East today, he says the U.S. commitment to Israel is ironclad.
That commitment is backed up by nearly 75 years of United States support. America's commitment has never wavered.
Blinken met with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem Monday, offering his condolences for the 7 Israelis killed in an attack on a synagogue on the outskirts of Jerusalem last week. Back in the States, Cindy Williams, the actress who played the Shirley half of Laverne and Shirley, is dead. She was 75 years old and died at her home in Los Angeles. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden spends part of the day touting a multi-billion-dollar rail tunnel rehab project along the Potomac River. Biden said billions of dollars in the bipartisan infrastructure bill have gone toward improvements to the Baltimore and Potomac Tunnel, creating as many as 20,000 construction jobs.
Laborers, electricians, carpenters, cement masons, ironworkers, operating engineers, and so much more. These are good jobs you can raise a family on.
Biden spoke in Baltimore on Monday. The Baltimore and Potomac Tunnel, considered the largest rail bottleneck in the entire Northeast. Construction of a wall on the United States-Mexico border is still taking place in some areas.
Texas still building its portion of a border wall, even though the Biden administration stopped work on that wall. Texas Governor Greg Abbott admits it's not a cheap endeavor.
Part of that is the materials for the wall. Part of it is the cost of acquiring the rights to be able to build the wall on land.
Abbott, speaking in the border town of San Benito Monday, where wall construction was taking place, said they are acquiring more land rights, which should help speed up construction. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. will not be sending any F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. President Biden was asked that question after returning to the White House Monday and responded, quote, no. He did not elaborate or say the U.S. might in the future. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour underway. What do we see here? All right, for our friends in the Northeast. Are you ready for another shot Old Man Winter. Now, all things considered, it's been a rather mild winter for the most part in the Northeast, but get ready. Hey, propane use and home heating oil use is going to be jumping later this week. As what is it's going to be a quick but rather intense blast of Arctic air barrels into the Northeast later this week. Yeah, quite a cold shock for the Northeast and our neighbors in Canada. This wave of freezing air, kind of a harsh reminder. We're still technically in the dead of winter, despite what's been an above normal January. The surge of Arctic air, this is going to be colder than the outbreak at Christmas time for the New England and the Great Lakes region, as well as portions of the Central Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic. Now, if you think back, that outbreak, mid to late December, was really focused on areas west of the Appalachians, central portions of the country. This is going to be an Arctic blast. It's going to hit hard and fast. There will be places that are anywhere from 30 to 50 degrees colder Saturday morning than you're going to be, say, this Thursday afternoon. For example, Boston. They're talking maybe a high near 40 Thursday. Temperatures will be 10 below zero for Saturday morning. If the temperature gets that low, it'll shatter the daily record of 2 below that was set 127 years ago. A high in the single digits for Saturday, according to forecasters. In Caribou, Maine, after a high of 20 on Thursday. Temperatures will start the day Saturday at 28 below zero. Record low there is 30 below. You're knocking on the door. Now, at the peak during the outbreak from Friday to Saturday, wind chills will plunge between 30 and 50 below zero, where many people live in central and northern New England, and it could plummet close to an unworldly 100 below zero on top of Mount Washington. There it is, New Hampshire, 100 below wind chill. People that'll be spending any time outdoors need to be prepared for extreme cold with dangerous. The risk of frostbite will be very high from Friday night to Saturday, even though the harshest cold will be in northern New England. Areas as far south as New York City, Washington, D.C., you're going to definitely see the difference. Temperatures were expected to reach the 50s this past day. It'll feel like the Arctic early Saturday in Manhattan with a morning low of 3 degrees. High temperatures only in the teens. Wind chills will be below zero as the air is funneled between the concrete canyons, as they call it. All the big buildings. A record low temperature in Central Park Saturday would be 3 degrees. If the wind ends up being more northerly rather than northwest, northerly winds tend to be more efficient at funneling the cold air down the Hudson Valley and right into Manhattan. Further south, you may struggle to reach 30 degrees in D.C. on Saturday. You're going to start things off in the middle teens. Meanwhile, forecasters will continue to track the series of storms that'll bring the substantial ice, travel delays, and power outages in the south central states early this week, especially today, Tuesday into Wednesday. All right, only a few flurries maybe in the nation's capital or Philadelphia this week, unless a storm moving across the south strengthens and shifts its track further to the north. But that Arctic air will arrive and help deflect the storms and their potential for any accumulating snow probably away from parts of the I-95 corridor that are still in the what they call the snow drought right now. I cannot imagine a wind chill of 100 below zero, though. 5-7 checking in. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Friday. Yeah, I'm sorry about Monday, but yeah, I had a VA appointment. Everything went well.
Good.
All my numbers were great. The doctor says I look younger than my age. That's fine. Steve. First off, I want to congratulate Douglas. Friday. calls. He gives us his information, and it was correct, but he was too busy trying to to besmirch you and the rest of us, saying, y'all listen to Fox News. Y'all listen to Fox News. And you several times said, well, nothing's come out. We're waiting for video later today. Nothing has come out. We don't know anything about it. Where did you get your source? Because I'm pretty sure Steve would have got on his computer and dug up that source. Douglas was fairly correct. All right. We're all sitting here and we hate to think, because we're very pro-police, we hate to think that they would do this. And this was not a police action. It does sound like a vengeance, personal vengeance. But, yeah, you go, I mean, hey, when you were talking to Douglas, the officers, the former officers were already in custody. And, I don't know what they done, if they bailed out, but Lord have mercy, will they ever make it to trial in that neighborhood? Because they've already, whatever their activity was in the gang in the past. I'm just, you just go up and down the pike. I'd still like to see justice for that Air Force veteran that was in our nation's capital that was shot and by a Capitol policeman, unarmed. All right, she's standing. And by the way, standing next to a fully outfitted with the riot gear police officer with a rifle, and she gets shot and killed right there. And he bends down and checks on her, and I can still see today that officer, Capitol Police officer, stand up and point his rifle to that door. And so, yeah, let's have some justice, in America. And to me, I haven't kept up with everything. Was there a bunch of riots or anything like that? Because they already had the officers in the situation. It looked like they were doing everything right. I mean, unlike if you remember the one officer up there that they raided this drug dealer's place, his girlfriend was an EMT. Come to find out, that officer lied on a warrant to start this off complete. Already the no-knock warrant was started with a lie. Boy, if we'd have known that long before that, Douglas, if you're listening, I'm pretty sure most of the listeners here would have been right along with you saying that no-knock warrant, because if you're in there, you don't know if it's the boys in blue or the gang members that are out to get you. So there's all kinds of stuff that needs to be worked on. I mean, facing in this country, they didn't give Bonnie and Clyde a chance. I mean, they had got them stopped and they just bushwhacked them as they sat in the car. I got my foster dad. He passed away back in the 80s, and he was in his 80s himself. And he told me stories. One of the main stories I remember him telling back in southern Ohio, when the only thing you had was old Model T trucks, horse-drawn wagons, farm community. And he and his brother stopped in there and got a beer. And while they were in there drinking a beer, this fancy guy comes in driving a brand new sedan. Nobody's seen cars around there unless they were sheriff or federal. But he comes following up in this car, gets in there, buys beer for everybody, and telling jokes, having a good time, wearing a pinstripe suit, something they ain't never seen. Everybody's wearing rags in the middle of the 30s. Said he hops in the car, goes down the road. Later, they find out that they'd mowed him down in the field. That was Babyface Nelson. So, yeah, in the past,
they're back in the good old days. Hey, you were wanted dead or alive. It didn't matter which. Those were the days, dead or alive.
And they never called for gun control, pulling Americans' guns. So, just a little history. Yeah, I still would like to see that Air Force officer get her justice, too. And other than that, it's a sad day for all law enforcement when you have something like this happen. But Douglas, come on back, buddy. If you, we need to know your information, because right now we know what happened, and right now we want to know why. If you know why, we're willing to listen, because that's what we do on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and we like to know the truth. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show. How about it? 5-7,
All right.
down.
Roll safe. All right. At least you're not dealing with freezing rain there in South Carolina. All right. 17 past the hour. All right. We've had numerous stories like this to share. And a couple of weeks ago, we shared that the big boat show there in Michigan, they were more and more introducing electric boats. And I remember saying, well, first of all, electric 101, electric and water don't mix well, right? Number two, what if you're out in the middle of Lake Michigan on an electric boat and you have one of these spontaneous battery fires? I mean, it's inevitable. It's going to happen at some point in time. But in this case, it's another example. Firefighters in Sacramento, California, forced to use 6,000 gallons of water to extinguish a Tesla Model S that spontaneously caught fire. First responders found the electric vehicle engulfed in flames on the highway. No injuries in the Green Inferno electric fire. CBS News reports firefighters from the Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District were called to a Tesla Model S while it was traveling freeway speeds on eastbound Highway 50 in Rancho Cordova, California. This was over the weekend. The vehicle's battery compartment caught fire while it was moving at highway speeds. Photos and video demonstrate the extent of the fire's damage. It took 2 fire engines, a water tender, and a ladder truck to extinguish the fire that had completely consumed the vehicle's front end. The firefighters had to access the car's underside with jacks to put out the battery fire, with the batteries continuing to burn even after the primary fire was extinguished. Ultimately, 6,000 gallons of water in total to extinguish the Tesla. Investigation is ongoing, but it's currently known the vehicle's battery compartment caught fire. Far from the first time a Tesla vehicle has caught fire. In June of last year, firefighters used 4,500 gallons to extinguish a Tesla that kept reigniting back in just December last month. Breitbart News reported a Tesla vehicle caught fire inside a garage in St. Louis, Missouri, in the middle of the night. Luckily, no one was injured. Firefighters were actually able to get the vehicle out of the garage to extinguish the flames. And with that, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hey, lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. What's going on? Horse feathers, what should we say?
Gilligan.
It's Gilligan. All right, well.
I'm a far more intelligent caller than that. Come on now.
I know. Here, watch out.
Yeah. Hey, I need to touch on a couple things. One, I was talking to the Jolly Green Giant earlier. Him and the Sixth Maniac was going up 74 and another Dayton driver, which I can't remember. There was wrecks everywhere up towards Indianapolis, going out 74. And jackknives and everything else. Earlier, about 3 hours ago, he said it was pretty much impassable. They all turned around, come back to Cincinnati.
Really?
So, anybody, 74 is in pretty rough shape according to the Jolly Green Giant. So I don't have any reason to doubt him. I wouldn't see him lying about something like that. You know. Hey, Steve, I'm going to cut you on a couple things. One thing gets me. They keep on talking about that Biden's creating all these jobs, but built this tunnel. You've been hearing it in the news, right?
Right.
Some people do not understand. When they're doing these work projects, yes, there is a job there that is temporary. It's not creating jobs. It's creating work. Because once that work is done, well, guess what? The job goes away. You get what I mean?
Sure.
I mean, it's, people don't grasp that. Well, he created this many jobs. He created that many jobs. Now, he created work for these many people for a while. And don't get me wrong. From what I understand, that tunnel needs to go in. I've never been on the rail system in Baltimore. But I've been down around that city, and I'll tell you what, I've been in parts of that city that nobody wants to go. You know what I mean? I've been all over that place. Years ago, I run for Family Dollar, and trust me, they don't put Family Dollars in good neighborhoods. That's for sure. The Family Dollar has the maximum income level average that they will not put a store in unless if it's above that level. Also, I run Kohl's years to store that, and Kohl's have an absolute minimum. If the income is below a certain level, they average, they will not put a store in there. Now, what people don't realize, they do cross over, and you will see a Family Dollar close to a Kohl's. We have that in Winchester. In fact, they're only like maybe 4 or 5 blocks away, But that's, it's not jobs, it's work, temporary work. That's what it is. He's talking about how to provide for their families and all this. Yes, for a while. They're probably good paying jobs. But people get this stuck on this jobs bit, and it's not really jobs. Okay, I want to touch on a couple other things. One is, there's down here in Greensboro, I hit a little tiny bit of patchy fall. You know what? I've come to really appreciate something for many years, and that's these heated mirrors. I I had old cars and stuff without heated mirrors, pickups, stuff like that. Hey, can you imagine? Do you remember the days back when your mirrors would fog up and there wasn't anything you could do about it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wouldn't that aggravate you? Yeah, but you think about today, the modern convenience we have. Most vehicles today have power windows. My 05 F-150 don't have power windows, but that's a rarity for a truck even back then, and stuff. I'm driving a push-button automatic Volvo. I cut my teeth with the truck with a Rockwell transmission, a T600 Kenworth, and then went on to a Freightliner for the Sempertan. It's amazing how much different these trucks are today. Now, I wouldn't be able to do back in the mountains with the loads I hauled out, the lumber and stuff like that out of the mountains with this truck. This truck was not designed to do it. There's no doubt about that. It would really struggle to haul the loads that I hauled of milk just about 9 years ago. If you're grossing right at 80,000 pounds, that's a lot of weight, But anyway, I thought I'd bring that up. I was talking to Bold earlier. She got an interesting call this evening. They kept on getting a 911 call, and they couldn't locate whose calls. Well, finally, they located it. It was a cell phone tower for T-Mobile, and it was Bacchus Dirt Road. Well, they had a trooper go back and check on this, and come to find out, there was a technician that kept calling 911, and all he was getting was music, and he was trying to troubleshoot the problem. He called 911 about 4 or 5 times, and once they found out what was going on, they wasn't going to do anything because they knew he was trying to troubleshoot the problem for that area on that tower. But if he'd just been calling 911 and hanging up, Happy would agree with this. A lot of people can, especially Happy. You continue to do that, that's a crime. And you could be in serious trouble for abusing the 911 system.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people are unaware of that, but most people are. I'm going to touch on this meeting down in Memphis.
All right, well, before we get to that, we got to get to our news break. So, we pause there. We'll return in a moment to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Pakistani hospital spokesman says the death toll from the previous day's suicide bombing at a mosque in the northwestern city of Peshawar has risen to 83. Muhammad Asim, the spokesperson, says more bodies were retrieved from the rubble at the mosque overnight and early on Tuesday, and several of those critically injured died in the hospital. Bilal Faizi, the chief rescue official, said rescue teams are still carefully removing the rubble at the side of the mosque located inside a police compound in a high-security zone of the city, as more people are believed trapped inside after the roof caved in from the explosion. He said the bombing also wounded more than 150 people. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken urged Israel and the Palestinians on Monday to ease tensions following a spike in violence that has put the region on edge. The bloodshed has alarmed the Biden administration as it attempts to find common ground with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's new right-wing government. I'm Julio Flores, USA.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And you can always order your Hot Shot Secret products online. Have them delivered right to your doorstep. And, of course, you save 10% off your entire order using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and that's on top of your already 10% off for first responders, veteran and active duty military members, and CDL holders. That's 20% off your order. But if you don't have time to wait, sometimes you just got to go into the truck stop and pick up what you need. Right now, there are some deals out there. Some of the promotions we've got going on right now. Let's start with the Love's Travel Centers. If you buy 2 of the 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment, you'll receive 800 My Love Rewards points now through February the 28th. You can save $3 off a 16-ounce everyday diesel treatment or the 16-ounce FR3 or the 32-ounce Diesel Extreme at AutoZone locations around the country. That's now through February the 6th. And let's move on down to the Pilot Flying J locations around the country. You get 800 Pilot Flying J My Rewards points when you purchase 2 of the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense Anti-Gel, which is in high demand right now with the cold temperatures. That's Pilot Flying J Travel Centers. Plus, use the QR code at the bottom of your receipt to enter and win one of 3 Visa gift cards. You can get details on that at hotshotsecret.com. So there you go. And yes, we're gearing up. Hard to believe tomorrow is the 1st of February already. And next thing you know, it'll be time. Mid-America Truck Show. We're going big this year. I've got a 20 by 60 booth with Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Summers Overnight Bribe. Booth number 12036. 12036 is our booth number. A lot of folks like to get the map when they come in to get the program. They've got the map in the middle. They kind of circle the booths they want to hit. And if you've ever been there, it's 1 million square feet. You've got a south wing and a north wing and an east and a west wing. If you want to hit a booth in the south wing and then you want to go over to the north wing, you want to kind of map out where you're wanting to go, because I've done this before. I've gone, from one side of the arena all the way across Freedom Hall to the West Wing to visit a booth. And then it's like, we meant to, you get all the way back to the North Wing. It's like, for crying out loud, we also wanted to stop by this booth. And that's all the way back. So, kind of eases the additional walking, because it's a big venue. Yeah. And if you've never been, don't buy a brand new pair of shoes. You want some comfortable walk-in shoes so you don't get blisters and all that. It's 3 days of a lot of walking. So looking forward to the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. All right, truck driver says he's lucky to be alive and happy to still be trucking after being struck by lightning. During the recent storms in Newton, Texas, truck driver Dale Dean was going about his daily work hauling timber. Working to haul timber during a storm when his truck got stuck in the mud. Dean said he was hooking his truck to a skidder to help pull him out of the mud. When lightning struck his rig, the current of the electricity traveled through the metal chain into his body. It knocked him several feet into a ditch nearby. He said, really scary. All that flashed through my mind was, man, you're not going to be able to do this anymore. I was kind of tore up. He thought he was done with his career. His coworker called their supervisor while Dean called his wife for help getting to the hospital. Beverly, and I said, let me call you right back. And I quickly looked at my coworker and said, my goodness, I'm about to die. And she just said she's going to call me back. When Dean walked into the hospital, he said doctors were stunned. They said the lightning through his body should have caused pretty much an instant heart attack. I guess the first thing I didn't know was if he was dead or alive, according to his supervisor. All right, there you go. So, I mean, you never know when maybe the good Lord was looking out for you that day, correct? Hello to the Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon there, Sylvester. A cool, crisp 5 degrees. We're going down to 1 by the time sunrise rolls around here in mid-Michigan. Yeah, I'm not currently on Facebook. That's why I'm back to the email. I decided to change the name from Dipsy Driver to mine. Due to some strange friend requests. When I deleted the account and tried to start another with my name, I started getting those errors that I had last weekend. Well, after chatting yesterday for the first time on Facebook, I did see on the section where it said some people you may know. A lot of those people were many of your listeners, and I thought that was kind of a nice feature. So I'll maybe try again later today. Anyway, have another great show as always. Yeah, the technicalities of trying to start up a new page, it can get really confusing, right? All right, welcome back, Gilligan.
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I went through that last spring, and it can be a real pain. I found out not just a few months ago that one of the guys that I'd known since we was little kids, somehow or another, I missed getting him back on my friends list of my new page. Yeah, it was kind of almost embarrassing, but it is what it is. I've been hearing on the news about Cindy Williams passing. And most of us, at least our generation, remember Laverne and Shirley. Laverne left this Penny Marshall not that long ago, too. It's a crying shame, you know.
Yep.
I don't know whether you've seen it or not, but Lisa Loring passed away yesterday.
Yeah, the Addams
Does that
family.
name ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. It's a crying shame. We've even lost Wednesday. What next? We're going to lose Tuesday or what? Sorry, I couldn't help that. You was talking about them cold temperatures. I looked it up. I used to go to Caribou, Maine. I was in Prescott, Maine one January, which is about 6 miles south of Caribou. What do you think the forecast low for Caribou is Friday night? You got any idea?
I think they're talking, like 40, 50 below wind chills.
Go to 22 below.
Actual air.
15 to 25, 15 to 25 mile an hour winds.
Yep.
I've been up there in the wintertime. That's no place to be. You're up there in northern Maine, up there next to that Canadian border. I come out of Prescott one time, and I was listening to a Caribou radio station. They give the forecast low of 30 below. It was already 6 below. And I'm here like, yep, I got to get down out of these mountains. Those of you who've not been north of Bangor on 95, up northern Maine, there is one exit between Bangor and Holton, Maine, which is right at the Canadian border. It's 120 miles up there, and there is nothing for miles and miles and miles. That one exit has a little old fuel stop off of it, and a gun shop across the road, incidentally. And yes, I've been to the gun shop. That's no surprise to people that know me. But anyway, I'm going to put my 2 cents in on the deal with the police beating that guy to death. Yes, we've got many, many, many fine police officers. Most of them are here to protect and serve. But if what we're seeing in these videos, if what we're learning about is possibly, the guy was messing with one of the officer's ex-wife and everything, they need to, if that's true, they need to go after top murder charges. Because this is absolutely crazy. It's a slap in the face to every fine police officer out there, Pappy included. I mean, I pick on Pappy and all that. But, it's all tongue-in-cheek. Don't take us seriously. We're just joking around. Anybody don't know that already. I was Rambler, even though he's a meth man. He said so in the air last week. But, my daughter right now is a dispatcher for the West Virginia State Police. And her dispatch office covers 7 counties, the entire eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Now, people say, well, there ain't much crime in West Virginia. Well, we've got some serious problems up there. Last night, the night before, she had a homicide and a suicide. I mean, there's a lot more goes on. The Martinsburg area is especially bad. That's Berkeley County, West Virginia, and that's part of what she covers. Now, a lot of people probably won't remember this, but some of your listeners might. Steve, you remember back in the fall of '85 on the cover of Time magazine when crime hits small town America, and they did that article about the drug problem in West Virginia City? That was in Martinsburg. It literally made the cover of Time magazine. That's how bad it was. That was a huge drug ring. Well, that's about all I got, Steve. And like I said, anybody's riding up to 74, what Jolly Green said earlier, it's a pretty big mess up through there.
All right.
Everybody has a safe night. Take care.
Thanks for checking in. There you go, about 15 before the hour. And it's 844-3388. Talked a little bit earlier, the electric vehicles, fires. Yeah, well, believe it or not, thanks to skyrocketing electricity prices. It now costs more to drive the average electric vehicle 100 miles than it does to drive a gas-powered car the same distance. A report from the Anderson Economic Group, AEG, shows that driving a gas-powered car 100 miles costs, on average, $11.29. However, the cost for people who drive electric vehicles and charge up at home is $11.60 per 100 miles. Just a tad more expensive, but for those electric car owners who use the recharging stations, the high speed, the average cost for 100 miles is at $14.40. But at least you're saving the planet, right? No, wait a minute. You're not saving the planet, because most of those clean electric vehicles that you use to charge your eco-friendly car, it comes from burning fossil fuels, so, right? But directly from the Anderson Economic Group report, East Lansing, Michigan, January 24th of 2023, just a few days ago. 2022's final quarter finally brought relief at the pump for drivers of the internal combustion engine, as the cost to drive 100 miles dropped by more than $2. Now, with the cost for electricity trending upward during the year, mid-priced ICE cars, internal combustion engine cars, became, believe it or not, more economical to fuel than their electric vehicle counterparts for the first time in 18 months. Fourth quarter of 22. They go through the numbers which I just shared. Now, for those driving luxury electric vehicles, they're still saving money compared to the gas-powered luxury cars. America's elites always seem to land on their feet. A luxury gas-powered car costs $19.96 to run 100 miles. A luxury electric car, $12.40 if you charge at home. It's $15.95 if you use the charging stations. Now, the calculations include taxes, any fees or costs associated with using a commercial charger, as opposed to plugging in at home, and the added cost to drive to a charging station, or what are called the deadhead miles, because gas stations are pretty much everywhere. Deadhead miles are not a problem with a gas-powered car. On the other hand, electric car drivers might have to go miles out of their way to recharge, and that also costs money. Last week, Breitbart News reported the Brits are actually paying more to drive an electric car than a gas-powered car. Well, now that is translated here to the good old U.S. of A. Now, a lot of people lie to themselves about how electric cars will save the planet. But isn't the big attraction of an electric vehicle the cost savings? Remember his fraudulency himself, Joe Biden, and the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, telling us to purchase electric vehicles so we could avoid high gas prices. It's all a lie. The whole point of artificially high prices is to get us out of our cars. Democrats hate cars for some reason. They want everybody to use mass transit. Well, everybody but them. And when I say artificially high, because if America simply used our own resources, energy costs would be exponentially lower. Now, no matter which way you turn, Democrats will make it as difficult as possible to lead any sort of independent life, and that includes your and my automobile. And as far as those who have already purchased your electric cars to save money, well, I'll just say, sucker. There you go. Of course, that's all subject to change. We already just shared GasBuddy.com saying regular gas prices are going to begin ticking higher. If it goes up to the $4 a gallon national average, things will flip back again. But back and forth, keep in mind electricity prices are continuing to rise as well. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Who's next up? I do believe, Philip, good morning.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Everything going okay?
Doing all right. Yeah, made it through Monday. How's your day starting out?
Oh, we're doing all right. We're over here on I-4 around Sanford, Florida. It's not bad right now. Pretty good, moving along. I wonder how much Frito-Lay tied up in those new trucks they just got from Tesla. Steve, were those like a couple $100,000 a piece?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, you got depends on whether they got the ones that'll do the short, the 300 versus the 500 mile. But I'm not sure which ones they got.
Yeah, did you get that article I sent you over the weekend, Steve, on that one from Motor Trend?
It's not ringing a bell.
I saw an article from Motor Trend about that, and those trucks, they had to specially design the cords that charge them because they didn't have enough power going through them to charge the battery size for the truck compared to like the cars. And Frito-Lay has got the only ones of those so far, and they're having to develop them as they kind of go along. They've got 4 chargers for those trucks. They got 15 trucks, and they can charge 4 trucks at one time. It takes 90 minutes to charge a truck up for 500 miles. It takes a half an hour to charge one up for 400 miles. And they have to back in. The way the setup is, they have to back the tractor into a spot and then plug it in. And they're going to have like kind of like what a fuel lane sort of is, where they just pull the truck in, plug it in. They can keep the trailer on it and then go from there. But it was a pretty interesting article. It was a Motor Trend. And I don't know if you heard on the news or not, Steve, they had a organization down here in Florida that, you ever been one of those places that's kind of like a zoo where you drive your car in?
I've never actually done one, but yeah, we were on the way back down by Mammoth Caves in Kentucky. They had a place like that where you could drive through.
Yeah, they got a place down here called Wild Florida, and it's kind of like a place where you go in, you follow a route. They have a little road that follows around. You see animals and whatnot. Well, anyway, it came out yesterday in the news down here that they had a white rhinoceros they killed, and they're extinct species,
but the FWC gave them the okay to, said that that was okay. They weren't going to penalize them because they killed it. It got out of its enclosure and was acting aggressively, so they took it out when it got out into a cypress patch out into their land. And it was a big deal, I guess, and I really never realized that them animals were that extinct, because down at Disney World, we got Animal Kingdom, we've got a bunch of those, and, I've seen them in zoos and stuff around here, but this one here, they killed it, and it's finally coming out. But the main thing I want to talk about, Steve, and this is going to spur a lot of conversation, I think, with you and the guys. Have you heard about down here in Florida, they're working on passing it, about constitutional carry?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know much about it. I mean, you know a lot about it than I do. I'm pretty sure Gilligan and Moose and a lot of these guys, they know a lot more about it than I do. But what all does that consist of, Steve?
Well, it's pretty much just, whereas in the past, if you were going to be a concealed carry, you'd have to get the permit to do that. This is pretty much just allowing you to concealed carry without the permit, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of states, including here, Ohio, that went that route last year. Wife got a new little toy for Christmas, and we were checking about making our trip down to Georgia. She doesn't have a concealed carry permit. Would be allowed to have that in our vehicle. And Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and on down to Georgia all recognized the same. So, indeed, we did not have to have a permit. Let's get our news break here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. 3 Memphis EMTs are being fired over the death of Tyree Nichols. The Memphis Fire Department said the first responders violated multiple department policies while they were at the scene earlier this month. The department said the EMTs responded to a call of a person pepper spray, and they did not perform an adequate patient assessment beyond the pepper spray effects. 5 Memphis police officers were fired and later charged with second-degree murder in Nichols' death during what started as a traffic stop. Another officer has been relieved of duty in the wake of the Tyree Nichols deadly beating. Jerry Barmash has more.
Memphis police say Preston Hemphill has been let go, although what role he played wasn't disclosed. 5 other officers were fired and have been charged with second-degree murder for Nichols' death, but family attorney Ben Crump says it's not enough.
We have a lot of questions that have to be answered over this 6th officer as well as others.
Hemphel's attorney says he's cooperating with officials but wasn't present at the scene. Nichols is set to be laid to rest on Wednesday. I'm Jerry Barmash.
Former President Trump is suing journalist Bob Woodward over interview recordings that Trump alleges were released without his permission. A lawsuit filed Monday in Florida notes the interviews were conducted during the last 2 years Trump was in office. In the suit, the former president said he consented to being recorded only for Woodward's 2020 book titled Rage. He claims the journalist broke a promise by later using the interviews for an audiobook. Trump is seeking nearly $50 million in damages. A growing number of Americans believe the government is the worst problem in the U.S. A new Gallup poll found 21% of Americans cited the government as the top issue in the country. The Federal Reserve kicks off a 2-day meeting on Tuesday, with word coming down Wednesday on the first anticipated interest rate hike of 2023. And while plenty of eyes will be on that announcement, Friday's monthly jobs report will also be the subject of much attention. That's set for release at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Cindy Williams, the actress who played the Shirley half of Laverne and Shirley, is dead. Williams gained fame in the sitcom that was at the top of the ratings in the mid-1970s. She starred opposite Penny Marshall, who died in 2018. Williams was 75 years old and died at her home in Los Angeles. The Biden administration is set to end 2 emergencies related to the COVID-19 pandemic on May 11th. On Monday, the White House informed Congress that both the national emergency and public health emergency will come to a close, ending most of the COVID relief money. This comes after the World Health Organization said this week that the pandemic is at a transition point. At least 10 people are injured in Central Florida after a drive-by shooting in the neighborhood on Monday. Police in Lakeland report 2 have critical injuries, and the rest have non-life-threatening injuries in what's believed to be a targeted attack. NFL teams will have more money to spend ahead of next season. That's because the salary cap is increasing to a new record of $224.8 million. That's a more than $16 million bump from this season. Teams have until mid-March to make sure they come in under the cap. The Biden administration has stopped work on the border wall, but Texas is continuing construction. Texas Governor Greg Abbott admits it's not cheap, costing about $25 million per mile. He spoke today in the border town of San Benito, where another section is being erected.
We have accelerated that process of acquiring the land rights, and now we're able to build even more wall.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then back on a Tuesday, final day of January. How about that? Yeah, January 31st. Tomorrow, February 1. Thursday, Groundhog Day, where Punxsutawney Phil gives us his prognostication for what it's worth. Meanwhile, back to Florida. I had this Jerry here. Philip was asking about Florida House Speaker Paul Renner this past day released a legislative outline to legalize the carrying of concealed firearms without a permit. Florida led the nation in allowing for concealed carry, and that extends today as we remove the government permission slip to exercise a constitutional right. Hernando County Sheriff, president of the Florida Sheriff's Association, I think we can assume our citizens are going to do the right thing when it comes to carrying and bearing arms. If the proposal passes, Floridians would no longer be required to get a permit to own a gun, and the state would no longer mandate training in order to receive a permit, which would still be needed to carry a gun in states that do not allow permitless carrying. And of course, that would have to be states that offer reciprocity. Not all states honor permits from states that do issue them. Now, Florida Democrats criticize the move, say that they're united in opposition to this proposal. Representative for the town of Parkland, where over a dozen people died in the Marjorie Stoneman High School. Representative Anna Escamani criticizing Governor DeSantis, saying it's another effort to appeal to the conservative base as he runs for president, which I've not heard that he's running for president. Have you? Prevent gun violence. Florida says permitless carry laws endanger the public by removing vital safety measures designed to ensure that those carrying concealed weapons have been properly trained and vetted. All right. In this era of rising gun crime, it's outlandish that our legislature is being asked to loosen gun restrictions rather than strengthen them, according to the group. So like so many other states, I think half the country, I think it's actually 25 states now have no longer have to have a permit to carry concealed. So there you go, Philip.
Yeah, I was surprised yesterday when I saw it on TV. There's a lot of sheriffs that are backing this down here. Law enforcement, a lot of law enforcement guys are backing this constitutional carry thing. So I just thought I'd ask you about it. I know Louisiana and them guys have what they call open carry, which means you got to have a registered gun. You can open carry it, but you have to get a permit to do that, right, Steve, on an open carry?
Now, I think most places open carry is, I don't know how many. I'd have to look up the number of states, but a lot of states had to have a permit for concealed carry. Open carry is legal in more states than those that have the permit for concealed carry.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw it yesterday. I know it's going to spur a lot of people to be interested in it, and it's going to bring a lot down here. I know that there is a lot of Republican backing on it down here. I know a lot of the Republican representatives are backing it down here. So we'll just see how it plays out and take it from there. I mean, where I work at, you can't bring a gun in, period. And if you're law enforcement, you got to bring a gun in. It's got to be it's safe somewhere else. So even if you do bring a gun in and you're authorized as a law enforcement agent, you can't bring it in. It's safe in another location other than where you're at with your kids and your family in the park. So I mean that's the way it is down there. That's our rules. And if they find one on you, it's Orange County comes in, and then it's handled that way as far as if it's registered or unregistered or whatever. But yeah, they won't let nothing in over there. So, but that's all I pretty much had today, Steve. I appreciate your time. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, yeah, and I just pulled it up here. If indeed Florida goes this route, they would become the 26th state to allow individuals to carry concealed loaded guns anywhere without a permit, which is it is the growing trend. Like I say, I knew when Ohio jumped on, and there were a number of states last year that did so, that, literally half the country now, and maybe more than half if Florida goes that route. Now, technically, you still have to do the, like the FBI background check. This is the no permit necessary to conceal carry for anyone who is legally allowed to purchase and carry a firearm. The criminals, the bad guys, those that aren't allowed to purchase anyway, they still have their guns because they're the criminals to begin with. That makes sense. All right, it's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Tuesday morning. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Well, it looks like we're back on the road again. I saw your post. It was kind of messy there in Dallas-Fort Worth this past morning.
Well, the conditions have deteriorated to where the roads are impassable. I got unloaded a while ago and got out the truck, slipped, and fell on my rendezvous.
Oh, boy.
Had to walk about 72 doors to get my paperwork. Got out, got back. I said, I'm going to the parking lot, and I ain't even going to try this. It took me 30 minutes to go 200 yards. I talked to a couple of local drivers that were trying to run local, and they said they called them off the road, told them to go home or go to motel, whatever you had to do, but roads are just nothing but glare ice, solid glare ice.
I mean, I'm not really seeing much of anything on the radar at the moment, anyway. So I guess the mess occurred through the day Monday. Now you're expecting more of that through the day today, right?
Well, that's what they're saying. We're hoping the temperature will rise a little bit, and Texas don't do no great job of putting nothing down on the road, no way. And I mean, it ain't good, Steve. I mean, this parking lot, it's a mess, and the highways out there. The trucks that I talked to that coming in said Dallas-Fort Worth's a mess out there. One guy said it took him 2 hours to come 30 miles.
Wow.
So it's bad in the Metroplex, that's for sure. But it all started this afternoon, I mean, coming in, roads were dry. But, I've been sitting here probably about 9 hours now waiting to unload, got unloaded, and it just deteriorated from about dark on. The wind got up, the temperature dropped, and it iced them roads over. I mean, it's terrible. So if you ain't got to travel tonight in the Metroplex area, find you a good, nice place. If you can get in a place and stay there.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know the winter storm warning continues till Wednesday there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I think there's the third system, the caboose, is supposed to bring more of that mixed precip, primarily freezing rain today, freezing rain and sleet.
Right. So it's going to be interesting here in the next 24 hours.
You might be hanging out in Dallas for a while.
I might be hung up in Dallas for a while. Because I sure ain't going to get out here with this empty truck and go nowhere. Not with these fools.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
So how was that week off at the Marina Del Rey? Did you catch any more ducks?
Oh man, we murdered the ducks. I'm telling you, man, it got cold there, and them ducks. I reckon the rest of what was left up north come south, and we killed the limit about every day. It was a good week. It was cold. But it was a good hunt. Got to see some people I hadn't seen in a long time, and it was just a good hunt.
So when you catch all these ducks and you catch your limit, as you say, for a day, who gets to clean all them ducks? Do you do that, or does Debbie have to clean them ducks, or what do you do?
No, I clean them, and we all, about every night we had duck stew or some kind of wilderness stew at the club, and everything would pretty much eat up.
Wow.
Wasn't nothing left. It's amazing what you can do with a duck, some taters and carrots and a little brown gravy. You can cook up all kind of concoctions. Some of that good cold Bud Light to wash it down with. Yeah, buddy.
I don't think I've ever had duck that I'm aware of. I think on some of the cruises we've been on, I think that was, I don't know, was it duck or quail that might have been on the menu? I mean, little bitty birds, but I hear the duck's pretty greasy. Is that about right?
Well, Steve, it depends on the people that know what they're doing cooking it. It can be greasy. But what we do is we soak them in game tang, and then we'll boil them, and then if we're gonna fry them or put them in a stew or whatever, they ain't half bad. Most of what we killed was mallards, and that's the T-bone of ducks right there. I mean, they got big breasts on them and everything, and it's good meat. I mean, I like eating them.
Huh.
And they're good for you. I mean, they ain't got no antibiotics or nothing in them, and they pretty damn good. But we cooked a deer one night, and we just cooked all kind of stuff. Didn't have no grocery bill last week, I know that.
that'll work. Yep.
So anyway, buddy, I just thought I'd call and check in with you and tell you what was going on in the Metroplex. It ain't good.
All right. Well, I appreciate the update. Hunker down. Be safe. Good luck getting out of there. All I know is by later on Wednesday, I think the temperature, that's when it's finally supposed to get warm enough to everything just change over to plain old rain.
But good. Maybe to wash this stuff off when we get at it again.
Yeah.
Well, look here, man. You be careful, and I'll give you an update tomorrow.
All right. Appreciate that. Have a good night. Thank you for checking in. The Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right. So what I got here? Hey, clear lines. For the first time here on a Tuesday morning. Tell you what, let's take the opportunity to give you our keyword for the day. Yeah, pay off those Christmas bills with the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Your chance to win $1,000 happens every workday on tncradio.live. Your keyword for today, final day of January, is husband. Husband and wife. HUSBAND, husband. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, and that's it. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway brought to you by tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Coming up later this morning, a couple hours from now, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, catch the latest installment of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Then learn more about the life of a trucker in Africa, where along with the weather, the over-aggressive government control, drivers are regularly kidnapped and murdered for their loads. This makes driving a whole new challenge. All of that on Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global. And again, if you weren't with us earlier, I'll mention once again that tncradio.live, starting at 8 a.m. this morning, starting 8 a.m. will be simulcast on Facebook on the Truckers Safety Info Group. You can watch as they'll check the radar, the road conditions, updates obviously on the likes of the Dallas-Fort Worth, the Austin Metroplex, on up to Arkansas, Memphis, all these areas that are under ice storm warnings and winter storm warnings. Join Tom, Angie, Bill, and others directly by calling into the show and giving updates as well of how the roads are where you are, live throughout the day as needed. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I suppose depending on what part of the country you're in, you may be in just a beautiful day in paradise. As Richard checks in there from Central Florida, he said, good morning, Central Florida, 76 degrees. Well, just moments earlier, Colleen checked in. She's in Colorado Springs. And she says, brr, we've got 2 degrees in Colorado Springs. Prayers for all the outdoor animals. Stay warm and be safe out there to all. Now, somebody asked, anybody hearing that I-74 is shut down in Indiana? Jolly Green said, yeah. He said sex maniac, and he had to turn around, pretty much impassable. Ice, ice, ice. He had to turn around and bring the load back to our terminal in Cincinnati. It took us 3 hours to go to Batesville, Indiana, and back. I-74, really bad. So Pappy was kind of asking where on 74. Is that was it at the Indiana-Ohio State line, or where was that at? I don't know. We've had just that little misty kind of flurry stuff out there. I know we're only going to see maybe a half an inch at best of snow by morning, but I know it's really, the roads look like they're kind of slick.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm looking out the window right now, Steve. I know a salt truck went down my street, but it still looks a little slick out there.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that closure is over on the Indiana side, just across the state line from Ohio and Indiana, what it sounds like to me.
Okay.
But I didn't reach out to anybody at work to find out. But listen, Steve, I usually don't call in twice, maybe just a few times, but I just wanted to throw something out there to give you guys something to think about, because I just heard about another officer getting fired or suspended. Might take a few minutes for me to explain what I want to try to throw out.
All right. Well, okay. Yeah. We're about a minute from news break. So, yeah, I'll put you back in queue there. We'll get back to Pappy after the news break. And plenty of room for you. Otherwise, clear line. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. Robert said, I'm rolling south on 65. Looks like maybe it's time to park it, if I can find a daggone spot, all right? There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 3 degrees with clear skies. I'm sitting at the home 20. It's too cold to load the Big Tipper. All right, Joey checks in. Good morning from Walton, Kentucky, where he said the roads are pretty bad there as well. All right, use caution. And again, it is 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Pakistani hospital spokesman says the death toll from the previous day's suicide bombing at a mosque in the northwestern city of Peshawar has risen to 83. Muhammad Asim, the spokesperson, says more bodies were retrieved from the rubble at the mosque overnight and early on Tuesday, and several of those critically injured died in the hospital. Bilal Faizi, the chief rescue official, said rescue teams are still carefully removing the rubble at the side of the mosque, located inside a police compound in a high-security zone of the city, as more people are believed trapped inside after the roof caved in from the explosion. He said the bombing also wounded more than 150 people. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken urged Israel and the Palestinians on Monday to ease tensions following a spike in violence that has put the region on edge. The bloodshed has alarmed the Biden administration as it attempts to find common ground with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's new right-wing government. I'm Julio Flores. USA.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I don't know if they'll have a chance to call in this morning, but Rambler sent me the story out of Mobile, Alabama. I said, what a tragedy. Wow. Mobile police looking for drivers who ran over a man's body after a motorcycle crash Monday morning on the interstate. Police say the drivers may not even know they hit 29-year-old Christopher Means after he was thrown from his bike. Police don't believe the fog was a factor in the accident, but fog may actually create some dangerous driving conditions this morning, Tuesday morning. A dense fog advisory is in effect this morning. But in the meantime, the Mobile Police traffic homicide investigators trying to figure out exactly what happened in that deadly motorcycle crash. It was a hectic scene about 6 a.m. Monday morning. I-10 eastbound lane shut down for hours after 4 separate car crashes. Police say the motorcyclist lost control on the southbound I-65 ramp to eastbound I-10. And apparently, according to Corporal Frazier, several drivers unknowingly ran over him and kept going. A statement says motorcycle rider lost control of his bike, came off the motorcycle, and was struck multiple times by several vehicles. One vehicle did remain on the scene. Now, with the dense fog advisory in effect, both drivers on both sides of the bay need to be on alert, not only for other drivers, but pedestrians. I mean, less than 2 weeks ago, a 42-year-old Louisiana man was killed after Daphne police say he was hit while walking along Interstate 10. Heavy fog was present at the time of that accident as well. All right. Thank you for the heads up there, Rambler. Horrible, but all right, Pappy, yes, I believe the number is, we had, of course, the 5 officers that were initially charged with the second-degree murder had already been fired. 2 additional officers and 3 EMTs have now been suspended. I don't know if I think the officers were fired. The EMTs, I don't know for sure. Are they fired or suspended? But that's what we're up to now.
Right, they definitely violated some policies. What we might start seeing here in the near future is they might start coming out saying, hey, this officer was fired, this officer was fired, another officer was suspended. So anytime there's a death which involves a police officer, whether it's an officer-involved shooting or whatever, there's 2 investigations that take place. All right? There's a criminal investigation where the officers will be brought in, just like if a civilian was protecting himself or something. They will be brought in, they will be Mirandized, and they will be interviewed. The officers have the same right as any other civilian. They have the right to remain silent if they choose to do so. Now, there's another administration hearing investigation that takes place. This is not a criminal investigation. Okay, this is like your IA, Internal Affairs. Now, whatever the administrative hearing finds cannot be used in the criminal court. They cannot share that information with the criminal investigators, with the detectives investigating the death in the criminal part. You follow me so far?
Okay.
In this administrative hearing, the department has the right to invoke their Garrity rights. When you're given a badge and a gun, and you are also a civilian, so to speak, in a criminal investigation, you have the right to remain silent. However, in the administrative hearing, if they invoke their Garrity rights, you must answer any questions, and you must answer them truthfully. If you refuse to cooperate in the administrative investigation, it's automatic grounds for being fired. If you're caught to be lying, it's grounds for being fired or disciplinary actions. It's a must.
Okay.
They can put you on the box, Steve, if they want. Okay? meaning either a voice analyzer or a polygraph. So with that said, they're probably pulling a lot of people in an administrative hearing, right? And asking a lot of questions. Just saying, if what Eagle was saying is correct, Steve, I'm going to tell you right now, cops are worse than a bunch of old ladies sitting on a porch on Sunday after church. They like to gossip, right?
Okay.
So I'm just saying, if rumors going around, right? This guy's talking about, man, I caught my wife cheating on me, or ex-wife, blah, blah, blah. That's what, bunch of gossip going on. They're going to be calling a lot of people in, having a little talk with them. Did you know about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear anything about, any talk about, maybe trying to get revenge on this guy? If, in fact, what Eagle is saying is true, and if it's not true, even the fact that they're going to be bringing in to talk to some people. So some people, some other officers are like, man, I don't know, I don't want to throw my buddy under the bus. It's going to cost them their job. They have to talk. And Steve, I trained a lot of guys in my 30 years, out of it now, being a supervisor, but I've told a lot of rookies, Steve, don't put me in a position, right, to where you think I'm going to lie for you if it's going to cost me my job, right? And in that same breath, I would not put another officer in that position. I wouldn't ask another officer to lie on my behalf, lose his job, lose his way of supporting his family. What kind of man would that make me? To come out and say, hey, man, you got to cover me, dude. Hey, Pappy, it cost me my job, man. Well, come on, man. You can't do what come on. So if we start seeing some other people getting terminated, getting suspended, that's probably what's going on here. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Very interesting. Okay.
All right.
Things we don't know how things work behind the scenes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Steve, I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of young officers. If they don't get a good training officer, and even get the officers. Probably there's a lot. I bet you right now, if there was 10,000 officers listening to this, and some of them are young, they probably don't even know what I just told you. It's not a secret. It's not like I'm telling you anything that, it's not public knowledge, but the officers should know that. Two different types of investigation, the criminal and administrative. You got to answer. You must answer. So, reference Florida, Steve, they were one of the first states to go open carry and not having to have a permit.
Help me out on that, because that's the other question Philip had. As far as, open carries when you've got the sidearm like on your waist or whatever, and it's visible to anyone, the concealed carry, open carry, is that not, or where all is that legal? Most places?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you'd be surprised, Steve. Even, we can go back 30 years before anybody was even talking about carrying concealed weapons, right? Ohio and a lot of other states had open carry, where you could carry a sidearm on your belt as long as it's visible to the public. Just like a cop walking down the street with a sidearm on his side. Totally legal. Can't do nothing about it. You've seen these videos where you got subjects slinging an AR-20, AR-15, right, slung on in a sling. walking down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Totally legal in Ohio. And many videos where, you get some of these constitutionalists, they just want to push
the envelope.
Push the limit,
I'm allowed
you'll
to do.
get a call.
If you see somebody walking through your neighborhood with an AR on their shoulder and you don't know who they are, I mean, that freaks people out, right? But it's legal.
Yes, sir. And the Supreme Court ruled, because there's court cases on this, Steve, where officers would show up and arrest somebody, right, for inducing panic. You're causing alarm to the citizens by carrying that firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Judges have thrown it out, Steve. It's a no-go. And technically, remember what I told you before in the past. If somebody is committing no crime and they're walking down the street, I do not have a right to detain them. I can pull up to them and engage them in a conversation, and he can tell me to pound salt and keep walking. If he's done absolutely nothing wrong, not being suspicious, he's not behind a business at 2 o'clock in the morning, or he's not fitting a description of somebody that just committed a crime, he's done nothing, I can't detain that person. So if you got somebody open carry, whether it's a rifle or a handgun, Steve, I can walk up to him and say, hey, man, we're getting some calls on you. You got some ID on you. You can say, screw you, pal. I'm not giving you my ID, and leave me alone. Walk away from me. There's nothing I can do about it.
So that's why you have, so many locations where, firearms not permitted on the premises. You can't go walking into the mall with an AR over your shoulder because obviously panic would ensue. I don't know. Are you allowed in the parking lot? I mean, that would freak people out too.
Steve, people have to understand these malls and any store, they're privately owned. Right? They're open to the public, but they're privately owned. So when you get some of these yahoos that go into the mall, you can't tell me to leave. It's a public space here. No, it's not a sidewalk. It's not public space. It's open to the public to come in, but it's privately owned. If you walk into a store and you cause a scene, right? The owner has a right to tell you to leave.
Mm-hmm.
You walk into a store wearing a purple shirt, and the owner says, I don't like purple shirts, leave my store. You got to leave the store. It sounds crazy, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Now, if you tell somebody to leave your store for other reasons, say the guy's a racist, right? Black guy comes in to purchase something. Now, I don't serve black people. Get the hell out of here. Now, that's different. He still might have to leave, but he's got a federal suit against this person now for discrimination against him. How the hell we got on all this?
It was the constitutional carry and the open carry and the question. I mean, it's questions I wasn't sure. I had a story a couple of weeks ago. I don't think I talked about it on the show. I mean, it was like just last week or week before. A guy was in Mall of America, the big mall there, and he had I believe it was Jesus is the only way shirt on or something. And apparently, someone in the mall complained about that shirt. And they've got the video of like the security and whatnot telling him he's got to take the shirt off or he's got to leave because somebody complained about it.
Let me tell you what happened. There was a guy who went into a store with a Trump shirt on. He was told to leave. He said, I'm not leaving. It was in the mall. He said, I'm not leaving. They told him, you're out of here. You can't, we're not allowing, the shirt being worn in here. Police were called, and he got arrested for criminal trespassing because he was told to leave. The owner of that property has a right to tell him to leave. Now, does he have a lawsuit A civil suit against the owner of that property? Possibly. Same thing with the T-shirt with the, with Jesus on there. Was his religious beliefs being infringed upon? Mm-hmm. Possibly. We see this with the go back to the old baker, right? Who refuses to bake the cake.
Yep.
And they target these people on purpose, knowing that for whatever religious belief or whatnot, they will not create a special artwork cake for either somebody that's gay. I think I just saw something on the news a couple days ago where that same baker that refused to build a cake for the gay couple, right?
Mm-hmm.
A transsexual came into his bakery and asked him to build a specific cake because she was having coming out as a transsexual and having a coming out party, and she wanted him to design her a specific type of cake. He refused.
Mm-hmm.
So what did they do? They took him to court and sued him. But they did it on purpose. He's specifically being targeted because they know he's going to refuse to do it, and they're going to try to sue him. And his way out of it is she's welcome to come in here and buy any of these cakes I have. But once she tells me to create
something specific,
a certain cake that becomes artwork, right? I don't agree with that. It goes against my religion. I got a right to refuse that service. But all right, man.
All
yeah,
right.
Constitutional carry. Yes, sir. If that state has constitutional carry, you can carry a concealed firearm on your person without no permit, as long as you're legally allowed to own a firearm.
There you go. Yeah. And I specified, right. You still got to go through the background check, the FBI database and all that to purchase the weapon.
Yes, to purchase the weapon. Yes, sir. So.
All right.
All right.
Very good.
Everybody stay safe.
Great
yes,
information.
Sir.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning. All right. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, rolling toward top of the hour. News break just a couple minutes away. We've had several electric vehicle stories this morning. How about another? I just came across from the Western Journal. An electric vehicle owner went to Twitter to share the trials of attempting to charge his Rivian R1T pickup at one of the Electrify America charging stations. Just as he plugged in, bad things began to happen. An individual using the name Anson says, "Hey, Electrify America, I just plugged in my Rivian R1T. 1 minute later, I heard a loud boom. Now I've got a bunch of error codes and I can't even unplug my car." Now, said he lives in Southern California. It took you guys 7 hours to get a guy out here, and that wasn't even help. What's the deal? Now my car's fried. He lamented that he was 2 hours away from home. After 7 hours, when the technician arrived, it was suggested that the charger be sawed off because the technician, just like he couldn't pry it from the vehicle. Absurd. However, he was appreciative that Rivian provided rideshare credits to get him home by 3 o'clock in the morning. In the troubleshooting, speculation took place about who's at fault. Was it the Rivian or the Electrify America? Apparently, there was a similar incident several months ago with one of the Ford F-150 Lightning electric vehicles. Anson apparently was referring to reports from November of the F-150 Lightning that made a big noise, displayed the error codes while charging. Then both the charger and the vehicle gave up the ghost. In that case, the electric vehicle owner was stranded 1,000 miles from home. Now, for his part, Anson tweeted a picture of the 150-volt Electrify America charging unit with clearly defined evidence of an electrical fire visible at the top of the charger. In response to some of the tweets, Tesla owners advocating that the brand, that brand instead of the Rivian. I've had all the Teslas and was driving the Tesla M3P. Indicated that he got the Rivian because it looked more cool and it could do 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. So, don't know. The perils, I suppose, of owning an electric vehicle, right? Rambler is going to be checking in here. Shadow Chaser on board, coming up following a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. At least 10 people were injured Monday during a drive-by shooting in a Central Florida neighborhood. During a Monday news conference, Lakeland Police Chief Sammy Taylor said that officers arrived on the scene 1 minute after a flurry of calls reporting gunfire in the neighborhood. Lakeland is located about 30 miles east of Tampa. According to Taylor, police found 3 victims on the scene, and witnesses told them 7 more victims have been rushed to Lakeland Regional Health Medical Center via private cars. Weeks of historic rainfall in California won't be enough to end a severe drought, but it will provide public water agencies serving 27 million people with much more water than the suppliers have been told to expect a month ago. The Department of Water Resources said public water agencies will now get 30% of what they asked for, up from the 5% officials had previously announced in December. That's because for the first 3 weeks of January, 9 atmospheric rivers dumped an estimated 32 trillion gallons of rain and snow on California. It was enough water to increase storage in the state's 2 largest reservoirs by a combined 66%. Congress is now investigating unemployment fraud from the pandemic that resulted in billions of dollars in losses for the state of California. The Oversight and Accountability Committee in the new Republican House had asked California's Employment and Development Department for a review of the pandemic fraud. Yesterday in Baltimore and all this week, President Biden will be touting job creation and infrastructure investment from his bipartisan infrastructure law.
Today, Biden will be in New York announcing $300 million in federal grant money for the Gateway Rail Tunnel project under the Hudson River, which aims to improve reliability and safety for 200,000 passengers a day aboard Amtrak and New Jersey Transit trains. On Friday, Biden and Vice President Harris will be in Philadelphia talking about another aspect of the 2021 infrastructure law, replacing lead pipes. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
The CEO of TikTok will testify before Congress in March. Shou Zi Chew will be going before the House Energy and Commerce Committee on March 23rd. Chairwoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers said the hearing will cover various things like consumer privacy and data security. TikTok is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. McMorris Rodgers says TikTok has knowingly allowed the ability for the Chinese Communist Party to access American user data. The U.S. will not be sending any F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. President Biden was asked that question after returning to the White House Monday and responded no. NFL teams will have more money to spend ahead of next season. That's because the salary cap is increasing to a new record of $224.8 million. That's more than a $16 million bump from this season. Teams have until mid-March to make sure they come in under the cap. The folks who run the Empire State Building are coming under fire for lighting up New York's iconic landmark Sunday night to honor the Philadelphia Eagles. Shortly after the Eagles crushed the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship game, the Empire State Building was lit green and white with the building's official Twitter account congratulating the New York Giants' big rival. On social media, Giants fans called the act ridiculous, outrageous, or treacherous. The Giants kept it classy, though, tweeting, "I'm just here for the comments." A few hours later, when the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Cincinnati Bengals in the AFC Championship game, the lights went red and white in honor of the Chiefs. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, speaking of the Super Bowl, as we all know by now, the Eagles are on their way. And of course, after winning the NFC Championship game against the 49ers, enthusiastic fans took to the streets Sunday to celebrate. You know, apparently for a handful of die-hard fans, the only thing evidently capable of bringing them down was gravity. Yeah, the city's mayor cautioned fans, celebrate joyously, safely, and respectfully, and show the same love we have for our team to the city. Yeah, roads in downtown Philadelphia shut down for the anticipated revelry from 8th Street to 20th Streets and from Race to Lombardy Streets. Inside that designated traffic box, the sea of celebrating fans. While most people were apparently grounded, some were wanting a better view. Yeah, we had more than a dozen fans that apparently got on top of one of the bus stops right there close to City Hall. Those fans didn't last long on their newfound roost. The moment the structure gave way under the weight of the fans caught on tape. Multiple injuries resulting from the bus stop breaking. That's a glass bus stop, you know. Looks like there's 12, 15 people piled up on top of this thing. Following the Super Bowl victory in 2018, a similar incident occurred when a rabble brought down the awning outside the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After the collapse of the awning, which also resulted in injuries. Police greased the poles all over downtown in advance of Sunday night celebrations. Despite the greased poles, some fans still took it upon themselves to scale the poles across the city. As fans began to spill out of that traffic box, and reportedly things got a little intense, Yeah, the police in riot gear had to intervene, begin dispersing the crowds. Yeah, commissioner said that the wind and the general atmosphere in the city, there's nothing like a sporting event to bring everyone from all walks of life together with one common goal. You know, we've been through a lot in the last few years, and this is great to be able to come together, but all right, I anticipate bigger celebrations should the Eagles go on to defeat the Kansas City Chiefs on February the 12th. Don't be climbing the greased poles, you big dummy. All right, back at it here. Morning, Rambler. What's going on?
Well, praise God, and good morning, Steve, and hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Glad to be talking to you, and I tell you, the story you just read just goes to show you alcohol and adrenaline sometimes just don't mix well.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I love Pappy's call. And, you know, that old boy out of Colorado, he heeds, I could tell you right now that he heeds what Luke chapter 12, verses 4 and 5 say. And if you want to know what that says, I'll gladly tell you. It says, "But I say unto you, my friends, be not afraid of them that kill the body, and after that have no more powers they can do to you. But Jesus says, but I forewarn you, whom ye shall fear. He said, fear him, which after he hath killed hath power to cast you into hell. Yea, I say, fear him." And it's just like me. Love the sinner, but hate the sin. And it would be like someone that lives a quote-unquote an alternative lifestyle coming up to me saying, "Hey, would you perform a wedding for us?" Absolutely not. There's not enough money in a God's blue and green earth or in a devil's red hell that you're going to get me to do that, because when my life is over, it's done. You ain't going to be standing next to me when I have to stand before the great I am that the I am, and he read this off to me, and I had to sit there and give an account for, okay, you know, this is against what I stand for. You know that marriage is between a man and a woman, and according to the Bible, it is. Why did you go against me and turn to money and greed? That's who I fear, and I ain't gonna do it. But now, by me saying no, in the same breath, I love you. I'll even carry on a conversation with you, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go against my morals and what the Word of God says, and because I fear the Lord. And when I mean fearing the Lord, you know, God's not a three-headed monster, God's children. He isn't. It's like, you know, Steve, you were close to your grandfather as I was close to my grandfather. And if I did something bad, I didn't want my papa knowing about it, because I loved him and respected him too much. Same probably with you and your grandfather. You loved and you respected him too much. You know, that's the kind of fear and respect and love I have for our Lord. And that's what anybody should do. Have that kind of fear, love, and respect for our God. Because, bottom line, when you close your eyes in this earth, he's going to be the next face you see. And I don't know. I don't want to have to give an account. We're doing something that's going to totally go against him, and I you know, I appreciate what that dude's doing out there in Colorado. He's sticking to his morals, and he really is applying Luke chapter 12, verses 4 and 5 to his life, Steve. Other than that was a mess yesterday morning. I told little Rambler we're getting ready for school, and I had it pop up on my phone. I said, "Son, we got to take an alternative way because we ain't gonna be able to take the interstate to get you to school. It's a mess." But then on the way home, I saw they were closing the I-65 ramp, and that's when I saw the report that unfortunately someone had gotten ran over, not once, twice, but probably 3 or 4 times. And that's that's sad. And, I always wanted a motorcycle. I always had this dream of, listening to Jerry Rafferty and Baker Street and, riding the motorcycle down the road by the beach. But, yeah, I think that's quickly faded. There's been too many idiots out here nowadays to, get distracted and kill you. So, I just won't ride a motorcycle or nothing like that. And I really don't listen to Jerry Rafferty. I listen to more contemporary gospel music like Zach Williams and For King and Country, which is coming to Biloxi, and I think April 1st or April 4th. But with all that being said, it's good to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. As I said, that was Dirty Diaper's favorite caller. He loved it whenever the Monkey Gouger called in. He always got excited. He called me right afterwards to tell me, "Did you hear what the Monkey Gouger just said?" I said, "Yeah, Pop, I heard him." That's how he called it, the Monkey Gouger. That's how my father called him. But other than that, Steve, I love you, God's children, and remember this. Hate the sin, but don't hate the sinner. You got to show love, because you are the only way they will ever see Christ. And trust me on this old preacher here, I love you, but don't you ever come into Determined Ministries Church thinking I'm going to twist God's gospel to fit your narrative or to make it seem like, to fit your lifestyle. That's not what it's about. I preach what God gives, and the Holy Ghost speaks with authority. Other than that, love, God's children, is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you and listen to me, I do. And Steve, God bless you. I'll call in sometime else this week, okay?
We'll, of course, look forward to it. Thank you very much, Rambler. And thanks for the heads up on that horrible incident this past day there, Mobile. Yeah, you realize we are still in this day, living under a COVID-19 emergency. The administration has extended and extended and extended again. We've been saying, when is this going to end? Because there are emergency powers that the administration continues to maintain and use under this declaration. It's the only reason it's still in place. Apparently, the president finally indeed informed Congress this past day that he will end the twin national emergencies for COVID on May the 11th. I mean, yes, most of the world has returned closer to normalcy nearly 3 years after they were first declared. So you've got the end of the national emergency as well as the public health emergency declarations that would formally restructure the federal COVID response to treat the virus as an endemic threat that could be managed through normal authorities. Lawmakers have already ended elements of the emergencies that kept millions of people insured during the pandemic, combined with the drawdown of most of the federal COVID relief money. This will also shift the development of vaccines and treatments away from the direct management of the federal government, they tell us. Now, that this, as in a statement opposing resolutions being brought to the floor this week by House Republicans to bring the emergency to an immediate end, House Republicans are also gearing up to launch investigations into the federal government's response to COVID. Of course, it was President Donald Trump who first declared the COVID pandemic a national emergency way back March of 2020. They have been repeatedly extended, though, by Biden since he took office in January of 21 and set to expire in the coming months. Now, the White House said Biden plans to extend them both briefly to end again on May the 11th. Because if we ended them like right now, an abrupt end would create, he says, wide-ranging chaos and uncertainty in the healthcare system for states, for hospitals, for doctors' offices, and more importantly, tens of millions of Americans, according to the Office of Management and Budget. All right, Congress has already blunted the reach of the public health emergency that had the most direct impact on the people, with political calls to end the declaration intensifying. Lawmakers have refused for months to fulfill requests for billions of additional dollars to extend free COVID vaccines, free COVID testing. Yeah, the $1.7 trillion package passed last year put an end to a rule that barred states from kicking people off of Medicaid. Yeah, a move that's expected to see millions of people lose their coverage probably on April 1st. In some respects, the Biden administration is catching up to what a lot of people in the country have been experiencing. All right, some things will change once the emergency's expired. The cost of the vaccines, they tell us, are expected to skyrocket once the government stops buying them. Yeah, Pfizer says they may charge as much as $130 per dose. Of course, only 15% of Americans have received the updated booster that's been offered since back in last fall. People with private insurance could have some out-of-pocket costs for vaccines, especially if you go to an out-of-network provider. Free at-home test kits will come to an end, and hospitals will not get extra payments for treating COVID patients. I didn't realize hospitals are still getting money for treating COVID patients. Wow. All right. So there you go. May the 11th, the date that'll end. But obviously, with only 15% of the people having gone out for a booster at this point, there's obviously not a keen interest by most of the American people to continue getting COVID vaccines or boosters. And it is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. And plenty of room for you. Hello to Sean. Sean's been on a Hawaiian cruise. I think you've been in the last 2 weeks, isn't it? I've looked into those Hawaii cruises in the past. Typically, you head out there to, what is it, Southern California or is it Baja Cal? I can't remember where but you'll get on the ship and they'll sail for nearly a week to get to the Hawaiian Islands. And then you'll spend a week kind of going from island to island, then you would fly back, or vice versa. You'd fly to Hawaii, get on the ship, and then go island hopping for a week, and then cruise back to like the California coast. So he's been out there. He says, looks like I'm going from 85 degrees in Hawaii back to the big mess in Ohio tomorrow. We're about to dock in San Francisco in the morning, and then we'll be flying home. There you go. So, yeah, docking in San Francisco. There it is. Hello to Rick there in Columbus. Coffee up, 27 degrees here in Columbus this morning. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, by the way, the first practice for pitchers and catchers is the 15th of February. We're talking, here we go. Baseball practice gets underway just over 2 weeks from now. Shadow Chaser, what's happening this morning?
Steve, how you doing this morning? Good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Doing well. What's up?
Hey, what's the weather going to be like down your area there about Thursday?
Yeah, what's the word on what for Thursday?
The weather's going to be down in Cincinnati for Thursday.
We're going to be cold. I know that. You're going to have some of this cold sweeping in. I think we're going to be down in the teens for overnight lows. Haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything about any storms or what now, like snow coming in. At least I haven't seen.
That's good. I got to go down to the post office down there in Cincinnati Thursday morning. So
really,
yeah. One above this morning up Kenosha, Wisconsin. See what I left up there.
No.
Hey, did you see where Tesla's coming out with the Flintstone version of the electric car?
No. What's that? The Flintstone version?
If you run out of electricity, you lose your legs.
There you go. That's about right.
Hey, how old's your grandkid, Steve?
Let's see. Young Rowan is 10. He'll be 11 next month. And Avery is 8. He'll be 9 next month. They were born about a week apart, a couple of years separate.
Yeah, I got a 3-year-old granddaughter, Steve. The other night there, she got hold of her mom's phone, and while she was sleeping, she took some pictures of her mom sleeping.
Really?
Yeah.
A 3-year-old?
Yeah. She just turned 3.
Wow.
Needless to say, she had fun taking pictures of her mom sleeping.
That's funny. Well, the granddaughter she's 2. She'll be 3 in a couple months. And, as tech savvy as she is, she probably would. She probably would be able to pick up the smartphone and know how to take pictures. I bet she would. It's amazing how these kids catch on to this stuff. Yeah, he was asking about the weather Thursday, Friday. Yeah, actually, Thursday's supposed to warm to like 43, but it's going to go down, down, down. Not really warming up on Friday. 28 the high, 15 Friday night into Saturday morning. Then things start to turn around again. Looks like back to the mid-50s by early next week for this area. But the next few nights going to be upper teens, low 20s. That's about it. Going to be kind of a chilly week here in southwest Ohio. All right, what do we got here? Final hour. Yep, it's underway. We'll check in with old Horse Feathers just ahead here. And we'll give you once again our $1,000 daily driver bonus keyword coming up here in a few minutes. Stick around for that. First of all, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's maybe sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion in the fuel system at the same time. So going to be storing anything with gas in it, store it the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Michael Jackson's nephew is set to star as the King of Pop in an upcoming movie. Deadline is reporting Jafar Jackson will be leading in the Antoine Fuqua directed film. Jafar is the son of Jermaine Jackson, brother of Michael, and member of the Jackson 5. Fuqua is currently filming The Equalizer 3 with Denzel Washington and will be turning his attention to the Jackson movie after that. The 49ers are losing another quarterback to a long-term injury. ESPN is reporting rookie Brock Purdy suffered a torn UCL ligament in his right elbow and will be sidelined for at least 6 months. Purdy is reportedly seeking additional medical opinions on whether or not the 7th-round draft pick helped lead San Francisco to the NFC Championship game, where the Niners eventually lost to the Philadelphia Eagles. San Francisco had quarterbacks Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo suffer season-ending injuries earlier in the year. I'm Julio Flores. USA News.
The bigger your 401k, the better your retirement, right? Wrong. The fact is, with proposed new taxes, another market crash, inflation, and rising healthcare costs, you could be forced to downsize your retirement. Discover the secret savvy investors are turning to for retirement security. A new 401k law that unlocks an ingenious retirement protection plan that could protect your savings from inflation and a stock market downturn while boosting your retirement income as much as 40%. It's all laid out in simple language in a new book from Josh Melberg. His insightful guide is your roadmap to retiring with confidence, and it's yours free with one call. Don't risk a lifetime of work building your retirement. This little-known retirement protection plan could safeguard your wealth and boost your retirement up to 40%. For your free copy of Guarantee Your Retirement by Josh Melberg, call now. Call 800-804-3595. That's 800-804-3595. 800-804-3595.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good email from Kingpin this morning. Just pulled this up a moment ago. In regards to police. He said, years ago, before becoming a truck driver, I took a criminology course. On the first day, the police academy students were in orientation with us. Yeah, the first thing the instructor said was actually a warning to the police academy students. He said there will only be a small percentage of you who make it through and graduate. He said, I've seen it over and over. You'll get your uniforms and start getting big heads and get yourselves in trouble. He said, the truth is there is a thin line between the type of person who upholds and enforces the law and the type of person who turns criminal. Now, I personally don't know exactly how true that is, but every time I see a bad cop story, I always remember that day in orientation all those years ago. Kind of curious about the officer that called in earlier. What would he say about that? Did he experience a disproportionate number of bad cops? I always try to take the high road in my thought process. I'll even buy a cop a lunch from time to time and thank him for his service because he's doing a job I personally would never want to do. Anyways, that's just his thoughts. Stay safe out there, everybody, from Kingpin. But that's very interesting. And the one statement he said, the truth is there's a thin line between the type of person who upholds and enforces the law and the type of person who gets the big head and gets in trouble, all right? All right, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for the email, Kingpin. Then, happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up, Morning Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're at a chilly 11 degrees. Just looking for a high, maybe 21 today in Fort Wayne. It's in the single digits. They're in Sterling Heights. 7 at this hour, heading up to a high only in the upper teens. Yeah, definitely disappointed by the Cincinnati Bengals, along with family and friends wide and far, including Cincinnati. I have 2 Marine Corps brothers in Philadelphia. Looks like we're rooting for the Eagles this year in the Super Bowl. Anyway, here we go. Let's depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make the flip back. All right. Safe travels today. Truck and Phil, good to have you on board this Taco Tuesday morning. Hey, Horse Feathers, what's happening? Wait a minute. Come on, computer. Pick him up. Pick him up. There we are.
There, you pushed there. Now you pushed the button. I can talk now.
Yep. What's happening?
Oh. I think that statement you read in that email back there a minute ago there is pretty accurate, and I think that goes with most any position of authority, whether it be a police officer or politician or even like somebody on Wall Street or just even, an executive in a business, there's probably, anybody that's got a position of power in a business, I think that thin line could be either good or bad, you could fall on either side of that line, or you have to stay hard to keep from falling on the other side of that line, probably is a more accurate statement. But anyway, so this deal down in Texas there, they said they're working on spending money to buy stuff to build the wall and buy property to build the wall. wasn't there piles? I thought there was piles and mountains of material that President Trump had purchased to build the wall, and it's all sitting down there in piles, unused, rusting away, and getting buried in sandstorms.
Yeah, very true.
What happened to all that stuff? Why is Texas actually having to go out and buy materials to build the wall when there's all that material that's already been purchased by the federal government? I guess the federal government won't release it to Texas to use as a state. I don't know. So kind of maybe we need some more investigation there on that. Figure out what's happening. But anyways, so I hear in your news there that what is it? Is it Shirley Feeney? Was that the character's name there? Cindy Williams passed away.
Yes, Laverne and Shirley. Yeah.
Yep, and of course, the way your news report has it, she died. It's like you can't soften it up a little bit. You can't say passed away, passed on. No, I don't know. Just she died doesn't. I don't know. It just sounds kind of cold, you know. And of course, you do realize that we lost Wednesday Addams also too, don't you? Did you hear that? Wednesday from the Addams family.
Correct.
Yeah. Yep. So it's been a rough couple days here. You know, so anyways, hearing all that bad news in the last 24 hours, but anyways, I don't know. So the one thing I saw on the news there was said that that deal down in Memphis there, that the officers in that Scorpion group there, they really didn't have a lot of hands-on training. It sounded like they did a lot of stuff online, or it did like PowerPoint presentations and stuff like that, and really didn't have a good supervisor in the thing there. I don't know. Maybe when they were doing it online, maybe they were watching TV there and took all their training from like Chicago PD or something there. Maybe that's where they learned how to run their police department, you know, their task force thing there. But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you there. Kind of been busy doing things off and on. Odd schedule tonight. I don't know. Seems like kind of an odd year so far this year. The whole year's been kind of odd, and as you said, we ain't got no snow this year, so I guess that continues on. Even though they're calling for a little bit of spit and stuff today through the day, and Thursday's supposed to have something, and then I don't know. I guess the biggest chance will be Saturday or Sunday. They said there's supposed to be chance of something else on Saturday and Sunday, so I guess by the sounds of it, it'll definitely be cold enough that if we get any type of precipitation, I'm assuming it'll either be freezing type of one way or another, or white snowflakes. So I'm not sure exactly where it's all going to fall. Depends on when it comes and when all the cold temperature comes with it. By the sounds of everything going on. So, but other than that, that's about what we got going there for you. So, I don't know. We'll let you get back at it and see if we can wrap this thing up. And what'd you say the special word of the day is there? Is that, you said that was husband, wasn't it?
That is correct. Husband. Yes.
All right. We'll mark that down then. So, all right. You have a good day then, Steve. We'll chat at you later.
Thank you much. Appreciate you checking in. Have a good morning. Yes, indeed. That is today's keyword in the $1,000 daily driver bonus, husband. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app and go to contest. I'll ask for your name, your phone number. Keep in mind the phone number is the important thing, because at the noon hour Central Time each day is when they pick up the phone and dial the first individual on the list to be the $1,000 winner. If said individual doesn't answer the phone, they'll dial the next name on the list to be the potential winner until they find a winner chicken dinner, the $1,000 daily driver bonus from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. All right, looks like the Indiana State Police gave an update on road conditions here at the top of the hour, which reads, the roads seem to have improved over the last hour or two as crews have been able to put salt down. We still have some light sleet, snow continuing to fall We observed side streets and rural roads remain very slick since many of those have not been treated yet. So drive cautiously as you head out on the roads this morning. I guess they had a little bit of that precip as far north as maybe, almost close to Indianapolis earlier this past evening. Yeah, everything I've seen on the radar through the overnight has been really the southernmost reaches of Indiana. And some of those snow bands have been crossing right over, like I-74 at the Indiana-Ohio state line, which was at one point shut down earlier. So I presume they're saying they've got that up and running. Some of those snow bands, snow showers, continue to bring some flurries, and every once in a while a little burst of snow. But, I think they actually upgraded this region, southwest Ohio, southeast Indiana, the northern Kentucky counties, to a winter weather advisory here within the last couple of hours. Well, Weather Service office out of Wilmington said additional accumulations less than 1 inch and maybe a light glaze of ice accumulation. So you got a winter weather advisory until the noon hour today. So especially watch those bridges and overpasses for your morning commute. There you go. And it is 844-844-3388. Looks like the hackers were at it this past day to start the new week. A pro-Russia hacker group, yet known for cyber attacks on Russia's enemies, claimed responsibility for a Monday morning cyber attack on 14 American hospitals. Killnet is the name of the group, the hacker group. Killnet brought down the websites through distributed denial of service, DDoS attacks. Some of the hospitals affected, they said, included some of the top hospitals in the nation. Stanford Healthcare, Duke University Hospital, Cedars-Sinai, according to the report. 7 of the hospital websites were back in service by about the noon hour Monday. Not clear why the specific websites were targeted by this Killnet group, though. Killnet has previously based their attacks in countries that oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine, targeting the likes of airports, banks, defense contractors. Now hospitals, why, I don't know. Whether internal systems or patient care was affected is not known, but the University of Michigan said they did not suffer any of those sort of impacts. These sort of DDoS attacks typically do nothing more than temporarily render a website useless. They overwhelm the website's servers, flooding it with traffic, making it all but impossible to access the website. It was actually the banking giant J.P. Morgan Chase that was targeted by this same group in October. The bank said it's had no impact on their operations. Similar, many of the hospitals hit this past day continued posting on social media, did not even mention the issue. All right. And there's a pretty big list of hospitals that were hit by this, though, regionally, around the country. From California to Pennsylvania, from Phoenix to Ann Arbor, Michigan. All right. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's a crazy story. I don't know about the rest of the world, but apparently they're not nearly as concerned about who gets in and out of their container ports. I mean, I know in this country you gotta have that proper identification to enter the ports. I mean, who knows what? If you let anybody and their brother in and out, people could place an explosive device in a container to be delivered. So, you got to be careful about that. I guess elsewhere around the world. Well, here's the story. A Bangladesh boy accidentally locked himself inside a container, a shipping container, during a game of hide and seek. Discovered 6 days later in another country. The 15-year-old, identified as Fahim, was playing hide and seek with friends in the port city on Chittagong on January 11th when he hid inside one of the shipping containers, apparently fell asleep. Fell asleep, didn't wake up as the container was being lifted and put on a ship, but the container was shipped to Westport, Malaysia. The boy was discovered on January the 17th. 6 days later, the boy was just believed to have entered the container, fell asleep, and found himself here, according to Malaysia's Home Minister. He was the only one found in the container. A police report was lodged, and he was, I guess, had a fever. A video shows him disoriented and confused after going 6 days without any food or water. Taken away in a stretcher. They said he's receiving medical attention, and they're in the process of trying to repatriate him through the legal channels. Now, so he ended up 2,300 miles from his home country. They initially thought he was part of some human trafficking, but an investigation determined he wandered into the container during the game of hide and seek with friends. So I don't know, in Bangladesh, are kids just allowed to run around at the port, play hide and seek? All right, good morning to, if it'll pick up. Come on, computer. It's acting squirrely here. I know Scarecrow is on the line, but it ain't going to pick him up. It's got that little circle just going round and round and round. All right, well, we might have to try again tomorrow when I don't have time probably to reset the phones and give it a shot. One of those deers. All right, meanwhile, what do we see? Inflation. Are we still paying more at the grocery? Apparently, it may be not going up as quickly price-wise as they had been used to. Food prices increased again, 0.3% in December. Now, that was a drop from 0.5% in November, but we're still talking food inflation, 10.4% higher than a year ago at the same time. The latest Consumer Price Index report showing 3 of the 6 major grocery store food group indexes again increased over the past month. Meats, poultry, and fish increased 1% and 11.1% in the price of eggs, which they're blaming on the avian flu. Prices for non-alcoholic beverages up 0.1%. Prices for other foods up by 0.4. Fruits and vegetables actually dropped a bit in December. Fresh fruit declining 1.9%. Dairy and related products down by 0.3%. Axios reported Dallas, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Baltimore are among the hardest hit cities when it comes to inflation and food prices. So I guess Dallas up 14.1%, 13.7% for Minneapolis, St. Paul, 13.5% for Baltimore. Food prices are up 7% in Washington, 7.7% in Chicago, up almost 9% in Miami. Yeah, some of the bigger numbers. Inflation is having a higher impact on those purchasing groceries for use at home versus cost incurred by the restaurants. I guess the restaurants buying in bulk, not seeing quite the inflation numbers. The food at home index up 11.8% over the past 12 months. The prices for food away from home up 8.3%. All I know is the prices for, I think I went to Wendy's the other day. Princess wanted a single. Number one combo, single with everything, medium fry, medium Coke, $10.99. $11 for a single. So you go out for a family of 4 and buy, at a fast food drive-through and get 4 combo meals. Hell, you're talking $40 for fast food these days. All right, crazy numbers. All right, today there will quickly be a discussion. It says Washington. It's the state of Washington, not Washington, D.C. The whole discussion about requiring truck drivers to have access to restrooms at shippers and receivers. The bill will be discussed in the state of Washington today. 2 conditions included in the rule. The restroom must be located in an area where providing access would not create an obvious health or safety risk, and allowing the user to access the restroom does not pose an obvious security, health, or safety risk. And that's in the state of Washington. We'll get updates on that when they become available. Close it out there on a Tuesday. Thank you so much for spending some time with us through the late night, early morning hours. See you at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.